Angels still can't figure out that momentum. Coming off a 4-2 homestand, they've lost the first 2 on this road trip. They've lost 8 straight out on the road now, and tonight they try to salvage a finale against the Chicago White Sox. The Angels needing a victory to stay a game back in the American League West, with Houston having defeated the San Francisco Giants earlier today. As we welcome you inside the cell and back to Angels baseball here on Fox Sports West, along with Mark Gubiza, I'm Victor Rojas. And while we've seen the Angels play good baseball at times this year, and we saw that because they got to first place at one point in the American League West, of the last couple of weeks, though, it's been a little different story.
Yeah, Victor, last 18 games, it's a little inconsistency, especially with the offense going just 5-13 in those last 18 games. Prior to that, they were tremendous, 17-3 in 20 games. But when you look back a year ago today, they had lost 5 of 6, were 4 games back in the AL West, but then went on a tremendous run in the next 31, going 25-6, erasing that deficit to a significant lead. So you look back on the positives, what they did last year. You just hope that the offense can click like they did last year and start scoring a lot of runs, especially for Andrew Heaney today. Let him relax a little bit and get an early lead.
And for the most part, the Angels' offense has struggled against left-handed pitching. We saw that last night with, actually the last 2 nights with Chris Sale and Carlos Rodon, and tonight they'll face another left-hander, so we'll see what they have in store. We're going to step away for a moment. When we return to Chicago, we're going to talk a little bit about that pitching matchup. Andrew Heaney has been a terrific find for the Angels. Angels baseball is brought to you by CarMax. Start the search for your next car at CarMax. CarMax, start here. By Jack in the Box. For a limited time, try the new Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack with melted garlic herb butter. And by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Lefties on the man. Andrew Heaney going for the Halos. John Danks for the Sox.
And Andrew Heaney's throwing the ball well. And take a look at our AT&T Uverse rewind for Andrew Heaney when he's on his game. He has that good arm side fastball, also glove side fastball. It's really helped out with his slider command. Be able to get some swing and misses with that pitch, establishing the fastball in. His changeup has been very solid, and he has been very, very good in that rotation for the Angels so far. Very good record at 5-1 with an ERA 2.45 and 2 or fewer runs previous 7 starts. Last time out, struggled a little bit with command. John Danks is a guy that's won 15 games back in 2010. Good changeup.
Let's see if the Angels offense can figure it out, try to snap that road losing streak. We're just about ready for baseball here in the Windy City. Sit back and relax. Going to bring you the lineups in the first pitch when we return. Weather could not have cooperated any more than they had the last couple of nights here. Unfortunately for the Angels, the offense hasn't cooperated. The pitching has been, for the most part, pretty good. We talked about that in the open. The White Sox have playing, all of a sudden, pretty good baseball. They're swinging the bats. They've got an offense that, on paper, should be swinging the bats with more consistency. They did have that 7-game winning streak, but all of a sudden they struggled to win ball games. Now have won the first 2 of this series. You got to come out here and throw up some zeros and give your offense an opportunity.
Yeah, it looked like they're guessing on certain counts instead of just going for that, looking for that fastball middle part of the plate and doing damage.
Check out Mike Social's lineup for the Halos tonight. He did mix it up a little bit. Gene Victorino in the leadoff spot and left. Cole out in right. Trout at center. Pujols at first base. Ibar the shortstop, and Crone at DH. Giavotella playing second base. So the top 7 are exactly the same. The former White Sox, Connor Gillespie at third base. He'll bat 8th. Carlos Perez gets a start tonight behind the plate. He is batting 9th. They take on the 30-year-old left-hander native of Austin, Texas. His name is John Danks.
John Danks' fastball is 87-92. Throws a cut fastball, curve, and very good changeup. But my go-tos against Danks to be successful, don't try to pull the changeup. Go the other way. And when he throws his cut fastball, catch it out in front and do some damage. He has given up 15 home runs this year in 120 in the 3rd innings pitched.
Defensively for the White Sox tonight, Cabrera in left, Thompson in center, Garcia in right, the infield with Saladino, Ramirez, Beckham, and Abreu from third to first. Flowers behind the plate.
And our good friend Gordon Beckham playing second base for the White Sox. His 3rd start at second base this year. Prior to that, last 5 seasons, at least 100+ starts for Beckham at second base. And according to our good boy and good friend Hawk Harrelson, one of the best defensive second basemen in the American League, but hasn't played there a whole lot this year.
Halos roll into this one at 59-53 on the season. Game number 113, and needing a victory to stay 1 back in the American League West, with Houston having 1. Texas will be in Minneapolis tonight, taking on the Minnesota Twins. As tonight's first pitch is going to be delivered by the UPS store. Halos has a team now batting average at .246, going to play in this series, the 12th in the American League. Last night, managing just 5 hits. They out-hit the White Sox as Victorino looks at strike. Just had 5 hits to the White Sox 4, but still got shut out 3-0. Shane hitting .239, home run, 4 RBIs. 1 for 3 night last night. He takes low.
You see Danks almost in that modified stretch position. We've seen a number of starting pitchers starting off the game with no one on base, starting in that position. In theory, gives you a better opportunity to have better control.
2-1 count. Danks making his 12th career start against the Angels. 3-4 record. And a 3.11 ERA. Down here this year. Well, he's pitched a little bit better of late. This one's fouled off into the seats on the first base side. Evens a count of 2 balls and 2 strikes.
He tries to show that cut fastball, and he doesn't throw as many cut fastballs as he had in the past. And then change-ups away. 29% of his pitches are change-ups.
Two. This was lifted out to right. Garcia is there. He plays a shallow right field. 1 down. Angels batting average, team batting average now against left-handed pitching has dipped down to .237 on the year. This one about all right early on this year, but it's really been a tough go for them of late.
Yeah, I was talking to Mike Socia about that subject today earlier. He said he was surprised how they have struggled against lefties. Granted, it's been some tough lefties they've faced of late, but they were very comfortable as far as the batting average and scoring runs against lefties earlier in the season.
Cole rips one down the right field line. Is it going to stay fair? No, it hooks foul. Out in front of it. And it's an 0-1 count.
Not a bad idea jumping on that first pitch. 0-0 counts against Danks. Hitters hit .400. 24 for 60 with 2 home runs. The fastball away, mislocation, hit hard by Calhoun, but just pulled the foul.
So 0-1 count on Calhoun. .274, 16 home runs, 60 RBIs. He had 1 of the 5 Angel hits last night. 1 for 3. Also picked up a walk. Pitch and miss low. Evens a count up. Danks coming off a loss against Kansas City. Did not pitch poorly though. 3 runs, 5 hits, 6 innings of work. Took 90 pitches in that one. This one's pulled down the line. Glove by Abreu. Big first baseman races in the bag, and he robs Calhoun of extra bases. 2 outs.
Boy, another good play by Abreu at first base. That play he made against Mike Trout last night really changed that inning. This ball's hit hard again by Cole. Abreu, as the baseball was almost going by him, makes a nice play and be able to get the first base himself.
He's stretched out now.
Yeah, he's ready to roll.
There's Trout with 2 outs. The base is clear. Mike went hitless last night. 0 for 4. And look at a strike. Batting average now .301. 33 home runs, 69 RBIs. One and one. Some guys that have had some success against Danks throughout their careers. Trout's 0 for 4. David DeJesus 9 for 25. This one's out toward right field. Garcia moves in. And Danks with a 1-2-3 first. One to the bottom of the first inning, scoreless. Robin Ventura, the Chicago White Sox at 53 and 58. Adam Eaton will DH tonight. We've got Tyler Saladino at third base, Abreu at first, Melky Cabrera at left, Abisail Garcia at right, Alex Ramirez at shortstop. Chris Thompson homered last night, his first of his big league career. He's in center tonight. Tyler Flowers behind the plate. Gordon Beckett, the former Angel, gets a start tonight at the second as they take on Andrew Heaney, making his 9th start at the major league level this season. 5-1 and a 2.45 ERA.
Yeah, that strikeout to walk ratio very, very good. 36 strikeouts, 8 walks. My go-tos for Andrew Heaney. He's getting a couple of those quick one-pitch outs. 11% of his first pitches have been put in play this season. Utilize that two-seam fastball and get a number of quick ground ball outs to get deeper in this game.
Adam Eaton to lead things off, hitting .269, 9 home runs, 28 RBIs. 1 for 4 game last night with a single. Out of the way. It's a Sox team like the Angels of late that have struggled against left-handed pitching. We saw it last night, just managing the 4 hits. At 236 collectively against lefties. Chopper back to the mound, glove by the big lefty. 1 down. Halos defensively stack up like this: Shane Victorino left, Mike Trout at center, Cole Calhoun at right, infield with Gillespie and Ibar on the left side, Giavatello and Pujols on the right, Perez behind the dish.
And Heaney announced a ground ball action towards Gillespie for sure, who's been very solid defensively since coming over from the White Sox. No errors in 13 starts at third base for the Angels. Struggled defensively for the White Sox, though, in 50 starts with them. 12 errors for Gillespie. Solid wearing that Angel uniform, though.
Tyler Saladino looking at the strike. 241 hitter. Brief major league time. 3 home runs and 8 RBIs. Fielding Colbreth early on, calling the strikes. Likes to call strikes. Jam shot, gloved, and then dropped by Heaney. Fires to first and still got him. No, he did not.
Like Socha looks like right away he might look at that one.
Looked like he got it from up here.
Yeah, I didn't think he got his foot quite down. The baseball went in the glove of Albert. Off the glove, recovered quickly. Heaney did. Under control, a good firm throw. What that looked like was close. See if that ball got in the glove before the foot hits the base.
I think it may have gotten him. The question is the whole definitive look.
And is it worth taking that shot here in the first inning? See at this angle. Yeah,
that looked like it got him.
He got him. The ball's in the glove before the foot makes contact with the base, and he is going to challenge it.
Jim Reynolds, the first base umpire, is the one that made the call. So fielding Colbreth will head over along with Reynolds.
Nice recovery by Andrew Heaney on that one. No panic. It's a tough play. And I don't know if Eric Ibar is going to have to make a spectacular play himself to throw at Saladino at first base, because he was playing more in the hole. See baseball in the glove. Foot is not making contact until that point. Yes, I think he's out.
Great camera work there.
Excellent. You saw it. I mean, you made the call right away, and you can see it from that angle, even though we're a good distance away. But you can see how the foot's making contact with the base.
Out at first. Call is overturned. 2 down.
And a solid play by Andrew Heaney.
I'd imagine that last shot that we just showed you is the definitive angle, because it clearly showed the ball in the glove before the foot hitting the bag. So 2 outs, bases clear for Abreu, the first baseman. Abreu hitting .294, 21 home runs, 67 runs batted in. On board twice yesterday, hit by a pitch and a walk. Nice catch behind the dugout on the ricochet. And a capper a bro hug. Missed it. 2 balls, 1 strike. His last start was against the Orioles. He's got the first baseman's mitt, right? Looks like anyway. 3-1. Had to give up a career high 10 hits in the 5 2/3. 4 runs, 2 strikeouts, 1 walk against Baltimore. He lets it foul. Full count.
A key for this game for the Angels to be successful, going a little common. Hitting the corners throughout the game for Andrew Heaney, both inside and outside against lefties and righties, and keeping the ball down, consistently hitting his spots like he has so far this season.
This one back toward the middle. Ibar to his left has it. And a brave fool. He was out in front of it in a 1-2-3 inning for Andrew Heaney. We'll head to the second with no score. Five fans in attendance will receive a travel pillow courtesy of AAA Travel while supplies last. Get your tickets at the stadium box office, or you can purchase them online. No scores. We begin the second. Pujols, Ibar, and Cron for the Halos here against John Danks. 2 fly ball outs and a ground down for him. 3 ground downs for Heaney. Albert looks at a strike. 254 batting average, 30 home runs, 66 RBIs. 0 for 4 last night.
Well, how do is Albert to absolutely crush a baseball?
Shoots this one out to right field. It's a base hit to lead off the second.
Stay back on that one well. You have to do that against Danks, throwing at all speed. Pitches away. Stay back on it well. Looking to drive the ball the other way. You see the head still there. That was the thought process for Albert on that swing, to hit the ball hard the other way. Then eventually you're going to force Danks to throw that cut fastball in, and that's when you turn on it.
Been very pull conscious for the last couple of months now, really, since his Player of the Month honors in June. Ibar takes down at it. Albert getting a little testy last night after the game with reporters and talking about his struggles with men in scoring position. And early on, he was making loud outs, whether it didn't show up at the scoreboard or not. He was swinging the bat well with authority, driving the ball to all fields, but of late, that hasn't been the case. Ball on the third base side. Saladino has it, and he's got no play.
He was off balance, and he figured he was going to throw that ball, or even almost like he bobbled the baseball in the transfer. But at that point, if you throw it, it's going to go right at Eric Ibar. It ended up being a bad throw. Didn't get to handle the baseball and a break.
Infield base hit for Eric.
He came in quick on the transfer, didn't quite have a grip, and then looked like the foot. Like he stumbled a bit as he's trying to get the footwork to be able to make a good throw to first base off balance.
So 2 on and nobody on. Crone at the plate. Crone 0 for 3 in his career against Dinks. Ibar had been 4 for 26.
Used the middle to the other way of the field.
1 ball, no strikes. 2 for 4 last night. 265 on the season. One ball, 1 strike. These are the situations when you specifically talk about this 8-game road losing streak for the Angels, where it's been a problem for the Halos. Last night, 0 for 8 with men in scoring position, now 9 for 55. Turned the stretch, and this is popped up behind the plate. Flowers goes back to the track, runs out of room. 1-2. CJ reaching for the off-speed pitch.
Danks, as far as ground ball actions, you're down a little bit. Of his outs is little over 36% of his outs are ground ball outs. Used to always be in the mid 40s as far as ground ball action.
Count remains at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pujols with a base hit to right. Ibar with a bunt base hit. Angels threatening here in the second.
It's that changeup he tries to turn over to get a hitter to be over aggressive against. He has gotten 10 ground ball double plays this season, Danks. Majority changeups off the outside corner against right-handed batters. Righties, though, hit .313 against Danks this season.
Count evened up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pujols with a big lead in second. Crone bounces this into third. Saladino goes to second for 1. Relay back to first, out of time. Very surprised Saladino did that. The Angels will take it. I thought he'd lay back on that ball and either tag Pujols or force out at the bag.
Looked like he had a better chance to get a double play if he did that. And the high throw, unable to turn a double play. Beckham couldn't get as much on the throw.
So Pujols at third, Crone on the fielder's choice at first. Here is Johnny Giuliano. .270 on the year, 3 home runs and 40 RBIs. Had a 1 for 4 game last night. Picked him his 20th double.
Pretty good arms in the outfield for this White Sox club. Shallow fly ball. A close play at the plate.
They're all 3 playing shallow with Pujols over at third base. Johnny at the plate. It's popped up right side. Playable for Beckham. 2 down. Connor Gillespie introduced here. First action of the series for Connor. He started tonight at third base. Featherston had manned third base the first 2 games of the series and did a terrific job defensively over there. Connor hitting 227, 4 home runs, 21 RBIs. Rough start, rough first half with the White Sox this season. Designated for Simon, the Angels picked him up. White Sox not as originating team. He was with the San Francisco Giants as a supplemental first-round pick out of Wichita State. Connor essentially lost his job to Tyler Saladino, thus becoming expendable. One ball, one strike.
We'll be seeing some good swings from Gillespie. It's that line drive to left center field, keeping his hands back with a level swing, not getting underneath the baseball.
Checking in on CJ to see if he was napping over at first base.
2 pickoffs this season for Danks. He has a very good move.
One ball, 2 strikes. Change up down. Gillespie takes inside. Crone takes off, picks up a stolen base. A little delayed steal.
Trying to draw the throw. 2 in scoring position now.
Trying to draw the throw to see if Albert can score from third.
Why not when you're struggling to score runs?
At that point, you're better off doing a safety squeeze with Johnny Giavatelli at the plate. Second and third, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Scoreless here in the second. Gillespie pulls one down the line. Sounded like he broke his bat. It's foul. Danks went back to that off-speed pitch.
Between his curveball and his changeup, he's not afraid to throw either one of them to left-handed batters. Yankees has only hit 193 against Danks this year. 3 home runs, 12 against right-handed batters.
Gillespie pops it up. Gordon Beckham underneath it. The Angels get the first 2 on via singles and get nothing out of it. We'll head to the bottom of the second, scoreless. Garcia and Ramirez coming up to face Andrew Heaney here in the second inning. Angels with a good opportunity against Danks in the top of the frame, and just could not push across a run.
This came back to the fact of trying to pull that changeup. Even the pop-ups, especially for Johnny Giavitello, was a changeup away, tried to pull it off the end of the bat.
Melky Cabrera last night was DHing, went 1 for 3, had a big 2 RBI double in the fourth inning. Stake the White Sox to a 2-0 lead. His 27th double. Now with 58 RBIs. No balls and 2 strikes.
Good sequence so far. Fastball away, changeup away.
Oh, good breaking ball down and in. Cabrera goes down swinging, and there's Heaney's first strikeout of the night.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot, especially with that stare of Andrew Heaney and his intense look, comparing him to Doc Holliday, played by Val Kilmer in the Tombstone movie. That similar glare. Mike Scioscia has seen him when he tried to take him out of a game already. He's intense from the get-go. Butcher calling him Doc now every time they go down to the bullpen, either before the game or in their bullpen sessions. Andrew Heaney with that glare, that intense glare.
It's a great split screen, by the way. Love it. Can we get a cowboy hat on him? He is a former cowboy.
Yes.
Garcia takes inside to even up the count. The right fielder hitting .264 with 11 home runs and 42 RBIs.
He's got that changeup working tonight so far. That good bounce over the pitching rubber. It's all set up by his ability to spot this fastball both inside and outside.
Two. Oh, he got him. Breaking ball. The bat made contact with the baseball. It shoots out toward first. And he'll reach on that wild pitch. I could have sworn the bat made contact with that baseball and knocked it out of the home plate area.
Yeah, that would have been an odd put out, especially strikeout 1-3 potentially. Another good off-speed pitch. But just gets by him.
Yeah, it was just off of Perez. Because there's a strikeout and a wild pitch, a man on with 1 out.
Great location in that pitch, too, though, by Andrew Heaney.
Ramirez chops this one to second base. 2-hopper for Johnny G. Ibar quickly turns it, but Pujols comes off the bag. Ball took a little while getting to Giavitello. Hit the lead runner for out number 2.
Looking at this play right here, that flip. A little bit long of a flip, but you want to turn it and spin with your body as quick as possible. Stay low and have that firm throw to second if you're going to try to get Ramirez on a double play. The flip just a little too long.
Ramirez replacing Garcia at first. Thompson looks at a strike. Got the start in left field last night. Hit his first major league home run. That was in the 5th inning. Also drew a walk. So he went 1 for 2. 4 for 9 at the big league level now. Pickoff attempt. Pujols fires it wildly to second base, and safe at second is Ramirez. So they had him dead to rights, and it would have been the 3rd out. Instead, Ramirez is now in scoring position.
He gets credit with a stolen base.
It looked like Albert had a good handle on the baseball. Not the greatest of throws by Heaney, but still plenty of time. That is pulled to left field. It's a base hit. Victorino comes up with it, fires it home. Perez comes up the line, tags down Alexi Ramirez, and there's the 3rd out of the inning.
What a play by Carlos Perez. Not only catch the ball, but had the presence of mind to apply a tag on Ramirez coming down the line, and a good high but firm throw by Victorino. He got himself in good throwing position. A high throw and up the line, but a nice play and tag by Perez. It held on.
Cellular Field as we begin the 3rd inning with no score. There's your buddy.
Yep, that's my autograph on the back of his jersey.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He asked for it?
Yes.
On his jersey?
On his jersey.
Why wouldn't he? You are a Royals Hall of Famer. He's not. Let's move him to the side.
Yeah, that's know your place.
Pretty crazy having him in there when he got to Kansas City.
He was unbelievable. We've marveled at Mike Trout's athleticism. Bo Jackson, wow, he could do some things you just your jaw drop.
As Perez lifting this one out toward right center field. Garcia makes the call on the catch, 1 out. And what could have been had it not been for that injury on a football field. Finished up with the Angels at 94. And he was only here really for parts of 2 seasons. And they love him here.
Having his first at bat here, hit a home run after coming back from hip replacement. Most people would say, okay, my career's over. He was determined to come back and play baseball.
Victorino, a fly ball to right in the first, so he's 0 for 1. splits this year. Limited action for Shane, just 41 games. Cute foul into the dugout. 1 ball, 1 strike. Angels will jump on the plate and head down to Kansas City after the game tonight. 4-game series against the Royals beginning tomorrow night. Royals hosting the Tigers right now. Tigers winning now 1-2. Mentioned earlier that Houston won. They defeated the Giants 2-0. Scott Feldman pitched to Jim. 2-2 now.
He will throw his changeup inside to a right-handed batter and off the plate away. The reason why you try that on the inner half of the plate is most times you're going to pull that one foul or take it. You just hope it drifts out over the plate, then it becomes very hittable.
This one lifted out toward shallow right. Beckham backpedaling out. He's been busy. Third pop up to Hitchcock now. 2 outs. Hey folks, on August the 20th, join us for Singles Night presented by Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Orange County. For just $31, receive admission to the pregame mixer, drink specials, Angel Bucks, and a chance to meet your match. For more info and to purchase your tickets, just go to angels.com/singles. Two outs, nobody off for Cole Calhoun. Ramirez, the shortstop, has it. Cole is retired as the Angels go down in order. We head to the bottom of the 3rd with no score. Takashi Iwakuma completing a no-hitter against the Baltimore Orioles at Safeco Field. What a play by Kyle Seager for the first out in the 9th inning. Iwakuma got Gerardo Parra to fly out to Austin Jackson to pick up the first no-hitter in the American League since Felix Hernandez's perfect game in 2012. It's the 4th no-hitter thrown this season. Chris Heston, Cole Hamels, Max Scherzer, now is Sashi Iwakuma with the no-no today as the Mariners picked up the victory over the O's.
Second pitcher from Japan to throw a no-hitter. Nomo threw a no-hitter. That was in Colorado.
Nomo, no-no.
Yes. A no-no in Colorado. At that point, no humidor either.
8-9-1 for the Sox here in the 3rd. Flowers, Beckham, and Eaton. That on speed is really working well for Andrew Heaney already tonight. 2 strikeouts, 1 hit allowed.
Flowers at .219, 8 home runs, 29 RBIs. As he hits this one out toward left center field. Victorino's not going to get there. It'll go to the wall. Flowers on board with a leadoff double. That's his 10th of the year.
Pitch was down, but middle of the plate. Flowers down and got that pitch. Fastball was supposed to be on the outside corner, but had no more of the cut action. A lot of the plate downstairs, and Flowers with a double.
Gordon Beckham looks at a strike. .193 this year. 4 home runs, 17 RBIs. Signing a 2-year deal in the offseason. 79th game for Gordon. Beckham got into 26 games with the Angels last season, 61 plate appearances, 268. Breaking ball. He says he thinks it hit his foot. Beckham jogging to first, fielding Colbert, calling him back. Second base umpire Manny Gonzalez coming toward the home plate area.
And Manny may tell him he saw it hit his foot.
And now it is a hit by pitch. And Scioscia's promptly asking, how can the guy at second base near the bag have a better view of the hit by pitch than fielding Colbert? That's a reviewable play.
Yes, it is.
I mean, if you're Scioscia, at least ask for a crew chief review here. And fielding Colbert, I mean, he was emphatic saying that it didn't hit him. Manny Gonzalez promptly came from second base and told him.
See, indeed, if it did hit.
Unless it grazed the pant.
Yeah, it looked like
yeah.
The pant. Let's see if you can see better on this one. The top of the foot.
I'm not buying it.
That's even more difficult for a second base umpire to see the back part of his foot.
Exactly. In that side view, it looked like the ball was clearly, I mean, way behind the foot. Mike not challenging it, so first and second and nobody out. It's not like Beckham jumped at it and all of a sudden decided to go to first base. He waited a second. Slaps it foul and almost gets Joe McEwen, the third base coach.
Seems to be the expression in the dugout, like how can he see that?
Right.
Especially where the baseball supposedly hit the foot of Beckham.
Pushes the bunt on the third base side, and Gillespie, fortunately, ball goes foul. A little hesitation there for him. 1-2.
I think playing this position a number of games in this ballpark, you know the baseball has a chance of rolling foul. In Anaheim, that is not rolling foul. waited the last second, and as soon as you touch that foul, it's going to be a foul ball. A very close, dangerous play.
I'm not actually sure that he made contact with that ball. So fortunately, it did stay foul. 1-2. Eaton. Bounce you back to the mound of the first inning.
The last 5 White Sox batters have reached one way or another, whether it was on a wild pitch strikeout, a fielder's choice, a hit last inning by Thompson, in which Ramirez was thrown out at the plate by Victorino. Now 2 in this inning.
And he goes down swinging. Eaton was the first out here to third. Third strikeout now.
Good slider once again. Heaney, see that late break? Excellent rotation in the slider to get a swing and miss. Good job by Carlos Perez to keep that pitch in front of him. Now you have a chance if you're Heaney to get through this inning on a ground ball double play.
Tyler Saladino bouncing back to the mound in the first inning. He's 0 for 1. Leaving up the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Saladino, 26 years of age at Oral Roberts University, 7th round pick, 2010. Chops this one to short. Ibar goes to second for 1. The relay back to first in time. Inning-ending double play. 3 complete here in Chicago. The Angels have Trout, Pujols, and Ibar coming up. Lead off the 4th with no score. West Data Strong fan, you just might see yourself in an upcoming Angels broadcast, and it's brought to you by T-Mobile. Angel fans throughout this ballpark. We will see some guaranteed in Kansas City. Looking to snap that 8-game road losing streak. No score here at the top of the 4th. Trout looks to strike. Trout 0 for 1, hit a fly ball to right. Both teams with 2 hits. bouncer off the foot there. That off-speed pitch. 0-2.
Nice job by Andrew Heaney to get through that inning. An odd inning.
Yeah.
Basically back-to-back odd innings. And under control. Making a quality pitch. Getting that ground ball double play. Everything's been down in the strike zone for him early on.
No strikeouts, no walks for Danks. 2 singles allowed. Pujols a base hit to right to lead off the second. Ibar follow with a bunt base hit. And Trout goes down swinging on the off speed. And there's the first strikeout for John Danks. 1 away.
Good angle right here to see how he turns over that changeup. That great pitch for Danks. And should throw nearly 30% of his pitches this year are changeups. Between that and his curveball, we're talking 40%. That's about 46% fastballs and then the cut fastball.
Breaking ball now for a strike. Breaking pitch out towards center. Thompson in a couple of steps. 2 outs. So it'll bring up Ibar. Let a bunt base hit. Beautifully placed bunt on the third base side of the second inning. Angels wasting first and second with nobody out. Cron hit into a fielder's choice, and then Giavatelli and Gillespie both popped out to Beckham in the inning. Eric reaches for this one, hits a one-hopper to Saladino. Angels are done here in the 4th. 8 in a row retired by Danks. We'll head to the bottom of the inning, still with no score. Playoff implications. The Angels taking on the Kansas City Royals, followed by the Nationals taking on the Giants. Coverage begins Saturday at 4 p.m. Pacific, only on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. No scores. We start at the bottom of the 4th inning. Andrew Heaney back into the mound. 3 strikeouts, 2 hits allowed. And he is, in quotation marks, hit a batter. Bray, the first baseman, looks at a strike. As they grounded out to Eric Ibar in the first inning. This one foul.
Heaney so far in this game has faced 12 batters. 9 times he's thrown a first pitch strike.
Swing and a miss on the changeup. Down goes Abreu. There's out number 1. 4th strikeout now for Andrew.
Another good location. Nice job by Carlos Perez to keep that in front. And I like the target he set. He wants that. He's putting the glove, making sure that that pitch is down in the dirt and trusting himself to keep that baseball in front of him to get a swing and miss.
Cabrera strikeout victim in the second. He went down chasing a breaking pitch. The many acquisitions it seemed like the White Sox had this offseason. A lot of expectations rolling into 2015. Plays off the highway. They wanted to appeal, and Jim Reynolds says he did not go. Sky to center. 2 outs. You know, mentioning the White Sox and the struggles they've had this year. Now you kind of start looking at the wild card. The Central obviously pretty much wrapped up. I mean, it would have to be a colossal collapse on the part of the Kansas City Royals with, we got 7 weeks left, 6.5, 7 weeks left of the season. Exactly. But there's a lot of teams bunched up in the wild card. Here's a look at the Central now. You've got Toronto leading the way. They've got the number 1 spot right now. They were thumping the Oakland Athletics. They had a 10-3 lead in the 3rd inning already. Then you've got the Orioles that lost. The Angels are in the number 2 spot in the wild card. Orioles lost today. Tampa Bay is 2.5 back of the Angels. Minnesota's 3 back. Texas 3.5 back. And then you've got the Tigers and the White Sox 5.5 back.
The wild card race is going to be a ton of fun. Same thing with AL West.
It really is wild this year. I mean, you've got a lot of teams going all the way down the stretch.
Looking at divisions very similar to a few years ago before the second wild card. You had that play-in, and you had a number of teams playing that last game of the year to get to that play-in.
That was 2011, if I'm not mistaken. And that's the year the season ended on a Wednesday. You had those 3 games, you're right. This one driven out toward right field, chasing Calhoun. Back, Cole back, reaches up, makes the catch. Nice play by Cole to rob Garcia of extra bases. It's the 3rd out here in the 4th.
Good read by Cole to go back. This ball was hit hard by Garcia. Reaches up and makes an outstanding play in right field.
with an EPA estimated 31 highway miles per gallon. This car was made for driving in California. Visit Dodge.com. By AT&T Uverse, more live channels on the go than cable. And by Subaru. Test drive the all-new 2015 Subaru Forester or go to Subaru.com to learn more. C.J. Cron leading things off for the Halos here in the 5th. Scoreless tie. It'll be Cron, Giamatella, and Gillespie trying to figure out John Dinks. 2 hits allowed, 1 strikeout, no walks. Cron swinging a miss on the off speed. Cron reached on a fielder's choice in the second inning. He's 0 for 1. Pulls this one to short. Ramirez has it go off his glove. Cron will reach. Kind of oddly played by the White Sox shortstop.
Kind of a top hand swing.
CJ gets credited with a single.
But a line drive in the glove, it gets away from him.
Almost undecided as to what he wanted to do. The ball kind of curling back to him.
He didn't know if he was going to play on the one hop or try to catch it in the air.
At this stage of the way the Angels have been going, they'll take anything. Try to get something going.
So that's that move he has.
That is awfully close to a balk, isn't it? They say a 45-degree angle.
Yeah, and the reason why it's effective against, because C.J. Cron is not going to steal bases. It's designed against a guy that doesn't steal a whole lot. Is kind of looking. He's got a comfortable lead, and then that quick throw over sometimes will freeze a base runner and pick him off.
He's got a heck of a stance over there. Giamatella chops this one over to Abreu. Fires to second base. They force out Cron for the first down. Johnny chasing a pitch up and out of the strike zone. That was almost kind of like a hit and run type swing. That play's put on, but Cron wasn't moving. CJ, by the way, picked up his first career stolen base in the second as he's retired. It almost appeared too that Abreu had to battle the lights. The ball hit up high.
Plus,
they stuck with it.
And to throw the second base, especially with C.J. Cron running, not a lot of room for him to be able to get that throw in there. Ramirez at second base. And not that Gillespie bunts a lot, but that third base line, if he just pushes the bunt down the third base line, he's going to beat that out easy. Especially when you're facing a tough lefty who doesn't give up a lot of hits to left-handed batters.
Connor popped out to Beckham in the second. Dank's former first-round pick, the 9th overall selection in 2003 out of high school in Austin, Texas, selected by the Texas Rangers. He's a first-round pick, and got traded a couple of years later. The trade for Brandon McCarthy. Nick Massett also came over in the trade, reliever. I believe there's an outfielder involved as well. Danks has been with the White Sox since. His brother got drafted by the White Sox at the University of Texas. Jordan now in the Phillies organization. He's an outfielder. This one ripped down the right field line. That's a fair ball into the corner. Giamatella on his way to third. He's going to be waved in. Garcia, a little trouble getting that baseball. No relay to the plate. And a 1-0 Angels lead on the Gillespie double.
Gary DiSarcina did a really good job as far as waiting till the last second to send Johnny Giamatella as Gillespie jumped all over that elevated pitch. Fastball was supposed to be away. It was upstairs. He brought his hands inside and drove it right down the right field line. 14 doubles. Gary DiSarcina way down the line, seeing at that point it was going to be a difficult task to get that ball in quick enough. Sends home Johnny Giamatella with the first run of the game. Well done by Gary DiSarcina. A good job by Giamatella picking him up as he rounded second base into third.
14th double for Gillespie, 22nd RBI. Angels take a 1-0 lead here in the 5th. Carlos Perez 0 for 1 with a fly ball to right. Last 6 road games for the Angels, the opposition had scored first. Angels strike first in this one.
Mike Scioscia playing a hunch, putting Gillespie in there, lefty against Stanks. Comes through with a big double there. Drive in the first run of the game.
Cardinals seeing action for the first time in this series. Iannetta catching the first 2 games. Look at his strike. It's 2-1. 224 average, a couple of home runs, 13 RBIs for Perez.
Should get probably back-to-back starts. He catches Garrett Richards quite a bit. He's pitched tomorrow night in Kansas City.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Iannetta's been struggling mightily. 0 for 3 last night, and 3 for his last 39. Know that he's frustrated with himself. Gillespie, pretty decent lead over at second. 2-2. Lays off. Full count. Top of the order, Victorino on deck. That is ripped down the left field line, and that is foul.
That was real close. It's so hard it almost didn't hook foul.
Right size, wrong shape, as Hawk would say.
Little cut fastball. He jumped on that one. And just foul. It was a laser beam.
Now the payoff, and he draws the walk.
It's a real good at bat by Perez. Laid off some tough pitches he laid off of.
So 2 on, 1 out. Victorino now coming up. Don Cooper making his way out. 59 pitches for Danks. He's really just made one bad pitch here. Now it's to Gillespie. Think about it. Crone should have been out on the liner to Ramirez. Reached on a fielder's choice. Giavatello chopped one over to Abreu, and then Gillespie with the double. Now the walk.
He's been throwing a ton of strikes. 59 pitches, 40 strikes. More of a pitch to contact guy, especially on his changeup. Already 7 fly ball outs for Danks here into the 5th inning.
Tell you what, if I'm Shane Victorino, Saladino's going to play behind the bag at third. Give it a shot. It's part of with Abreu playing back at first.
It's part of your game. You have the speed game. You run very well.
Bring Cole up, who's had a couple of good swings. Nothing to show for it, but a couple of good swings already against Danks. Gillespie in second, Perez at first. 1 out. Shane 0 for 2.
You guys have a ton of room in right center field. Thompson playing more so to left center field, so a lot of room. Especially when you have a guy that pitches fastballs and changeups away. You stay back. I think in terms of letting that baseball travel a little deeper in the strike zone, hit it that way.
Changeup. 1-2 on the way. And lays off. 2-2.
Trying to back up changeup with a two-seam fastball. More likely we'll see another changeup now.
Back, and that went into the White Sox TV booth. Did Stoney catch it?
No, he has it in his hand right now.
Yeah, the Stone Pony. There he is.
Oh, yeah. 20-game winner. I know he was moving. Still quick.
Two again. The dirt. Full count. 1-0 Angels. Gillespie with an RBI double, scoring Giavatella from first.
You think send the runners here, 3-2.
They take off. Victorino pulls one to third. Saladino has it. Hasn't completed the double play yet. Now will do so as he tags Gillespie. He touched the base. It's not a force shot since he caught the line drive, but it is an inning-ending double play. The Angels strike for a run. We head to the bottom of the fifth. 1-0 Halos. Reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball LP. Andrew Heaney returns to the mound, this time staked to a 1-0 lead as we begin the bottom of the fifth. Ramirez, Thompson, and Flowers 6, 7, and 8 for the Southsiders. 46 pitches for Heaney. 2 hits, 4 strikeouts.
Boy, Victorino squared up that baseball. Line drive, double play. It's by Saladino. That's going to score 2 runs.
Little looper towards short. Ibar makes the catch. Nice play by Eric Ibar, and there's out number 1.
And great decision by Eric Ibar. If he waits back on that baseball with the spin on it and the speed of Ramirez, that's going to be an infield hit. You see that often where an infielder would dive for a ball, but that's the right decision. Jammed him. Ibar dives. Makes an outstanding play from short.
Little face plant fiesta right there. Hopefully he's all right.
showing everybody he made the play. What
Nice
a play.
Yeah.
That's a great decision to come in on that baseball like that. Remember last inning with Ramirez, he was caught in between catching that line drive by C.J. Cron or letting it one hop of himself. Different play, same mindset.
Thompson with a single to left in his first at bat is 1 for 1. Thompson in AAA this year, 260, 13 home runs, 39 RBIs. He shoots this one to right. Second hit of the game. He's now 6 for 11 in the big leagues this year.
And now it's time for Tools of the Trade, brought to you by Ram Trucks. Bo Jackson here at the ballpark today was at a t-shirt to a veteran who was honored earlier in the game. Bo knows how to be a good person also. Veteran here. Fans standing up, cheering for the veteran. Bo Jackson throwing him a t-shirt.
Tyler Flowers with a double in the third inning. This one found on the first base side. Oh, 2. Over the off-speed pitch away.
Of going right back with a two-seam fastball down and away, or that slider down and in.
Check in on Thompson.
Thompson is showing pretty good plate coverage too, going the other way. That base hit.
Ball smothered by Perez. Thompson has to hold at first.
Hard slider down in the dirt gives you confidence as a pitcher to throw that pitch when you have a catcher that can get in position to keep that in front of him.
Thompson with 11 stolen bases at AAA this year. None at the major league level as of yet. Flowers fouls it back. Thompson takes off. This one wide past Giavotella. Thompson heads to third. And Flowers has his second hit of the night. And the White Sox with runners at the corners and 1 out.
Went inside, brought his hands in. gets by Giavitello.
Looked like it was seemingly hit right at him.
And it looked like he was looking at the baseball originally right at him. Goes away. That could have been a line drive double play, just like last inning for the White Sox. Look at this line drive with Thompson going.
Maybe blocked a little bit by Manny Gonzalez.
That's what I'm thinking, the umpire. You can tell by that reaction that there's a strong possibility of that happening.
The ball was squared up, too, though. I mean, it's hard to hit for Flowers, as we've seen him hit the baseball in this series, and he's had a couple of them, which he has hit well. Here's Gordon back up. This one's down toward right center field, hit well. Trout chasing it. He'll get to it. It's a sac fly. Thompson will come in to score, and it'll tie this game up at 1. Beckham with his 18th RBI. Two outs down, the top of the order coming up. Anatomy, DH. Come back into the mound and a strikeout. That's a strike. Go with 2. 1-1 tie here in the 5th. Sox answering the Angels' run at the top of the inning.
Going to try that pitch again. He's showing he's chasing that pitch out of the strike zone against Heaney. He's pretty good on a fastball upstairs. A lot of times you think in terms of give him a different look, go fastball up, but he's not bad on that one. Go for the breaking ball.
Just got a piece of it. So the count remains at 2 balls, 2 strikes. 4 hits for the White Sox. All 4 collected by the 7th and 8th place hitters, Thompson and Flowers. Breaking ball rolled over the first, foul. Toronto still leading Oakland 10-3. Last check, Texas was losing to the Minnesota Twins.
Now 7-0.
7-0. That game's in the 5th inning. Kansas City leading the Tigers 4-2. Houston won earlier today. Seattle won behind Iwakuma's no hitter. Here 1-1. One ball, 2 strikes.
That's that little different look, a high fastball, but high enough he wasn't going to make a pass at it. Let's see if he can go right back to that slider, get a swing and miss.
back upstairs with that fastball. 66 pitches for Andy.
He missed locations, trying to talk to himself to stay back. Drifted forward just enough to elevate that fastball in the inner half instead of going fastball down and away. Now going back to that slider.
Lifts it out to shallow left center. Ibar racing out. Victorino calls everybody off, makes the catch. That's the third out. But the White Sox tie things up. We'll head to the top of the sixth inning. Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols coming up.
Drew Heaney, very good. Early on, hard slider gets Cabrera swinging. And the hard slider gets Eaton swinging off the plate. And then the former White Sox, Connor Gillespie, fastball inside part of the plate against Danks, drives home Giavotella with a double. And Gordon Beckham, another pitch out over the plate, sac fly, bringing in Trace Thompson, who's had a good series so far for the White Sox. 2 hits in the game, scores the tying run.
2, 3, and 4 for the Halos here in the sixth inning. Cole takes a breaking ball upstairs. He's 0 for 2 tonight with a ground down to first and a ground down to short. One ball, one strike. Danks with 1 strikeout, 1 walk, the 4 hits allowed.
It's that change-up inside against the left-handed batter. So often you don't see left-handed pitchers throw change-up to left-handed batters, but it's really an effective pitch. A teammate of mine, Charlie Liebrand, used to really do that well.
And a sky to left center. Thompson calling for it. 1 down. Bring up Trout. Trout hitless tonight. Fly ball to right and a strikeout. Two for 9 in the series. Multi-hit game on Monday night. Still looking for that first hit against John Danks. 0 for 6.
Trouty doesn't swing 3-0 too often. This might be the time to do it.
Jackson a strike. That pitch was in off the plate. It's 3-1.
And if you look at our Fox tracks right here, you see this pitch off the plate. Should have been ball 4.
3-1 now. And there's ball 4. So the second walk issued by the lefty. Puts a man on for Albert. Fans, the Angels host the Blue Jays on August 21st at 7:05. Fans in attendance will receive a snapback hat courtesy of St. Joseph Hope Health while supplies last. Get your tickets by the purchase them online or by going by the stadium box office. Pujols 1 for 2 and a single to right the second, a fly ball to center the fourth.
And Danks has allowed 3 stolen bases, just 5 attempts against him. He has 2 pickoffs. Not easy to run against. If you're going to go, you just got to go on first movement and hope you guess right.
Last stolen base for Trout on July 25th against the Rangers. Albert goes from foul and out of play.
Boy, Albert talking to Eric Ibar. That was his pitch. He just got underneath it. Good swing his first at bat. I think he would love that exact pitch in that zone again.
Check in of Trout at first. Danks at 77 pitches. Both starters have been very effective as far as the pitch count is concerned. Both prolonged 5th innings. Albert lifts from foul. He's going to play on the third base side.
We've got the same pitch, similar area again. Inner half, this a little bit lower in the strike zone, but definitely on the inside corner. Real surprised to see anything other than a changeup down and away now.
Way outside. Pitch out. Trout with a 1-out walk, standing at first in a 1-1 game here in the 6th. There's a changeup. Missing up and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And that happens when you elevate a pitch before, even though it was a pitch out. He threw a high pitch out, dropped his elbow to elevate. Same thing on his changeup.
Two on the way. Full count. Trying to get Albert to chase some off-speed stuff. Just not close enough to the zone to get him to pull the trigger. How do you start Trout? You almost have to, don't you?
Yeah, you have to, but you also, if you might try, you got to make sure he's throwing the baseball home. That's the thing. It's not going to get much of a jump, so you have to have a lot of trust in Pujols of either one, working a walk or making contact.
takes off, and Albert pulls one to left, a base hit. Trout will turn and head to third. The throw from Melky Cabrera, not in time.
And that's that speed. Mike Trout to get to third base in that well-hit baseball. That's 2 shots in this game by Albert. And because of Danks' move, Trout has to wait before the baseball is going to be delivered. His pitch upstairs. And Trout turns on the afterburner. That ball was hit hard, and Cabrera has a strong throwing arm himself. Doesn't move as well as he used to. But Trout quickly has to wait to go. And he reads that and takes a chance, especially with that baseball in front of him in left field. Turns it on and slides the inner half of that base. Longer tag for Saldino.
Don Cooper paying a visit. Derek Ibar coming up. Albert with 2 hits tonight. Angels with 5 against Danks. No action in the White Sox bullpen. It's just a conversation. Slow things down a little bit. Good plate appearance for Pujols there.
Took some tough pitches. Had a pitch elevated. He's hit a shot to left, a shot to right.
Field and Colbert has joined in the meeting of the minds.
Pretty long conversation.
Yeah.
And it continues. Pitches thrown for Danks, 50 of them strikes.
At the bottom, they're 1 for 10 of this series. That was the bunt base hit that Eric had in the second. Middle infield playing in halfway. Trout at third, Pujols at first. Takes down low.
Yeah, you do have a shot at a safety squeeze bunt towards the right side of the infield. You have Beckham close to the base. You have Abreu holding on Albert Pujols, so there's a lot of room, and you have Danks who falls towards third base side of the pitching rubber. A lot of room for Eric to push that bunt to that side. And with Trout's speed, should produce a run if you get that ball on the ground.
Bunt's a foul. One ball, one strike. Game of Toronto final. Blue Jays defeating the A's 10-3. Blue Jays continue to roll. Yankees currently trailing Cleveland 2-1.
Toronto would be in first place.
By a half game. Cleveland walking off on the Yankees last night. First base shot, and he's bunted foul. It's almost as if Eric's trying to lay down a perfect bunt as opposed to just putting the ball in play with Trout at third.
There's a ton of room on that side of the field. Even a mediocre. You see Danks the way he falls towards the third base side of the mound. There's so much room to that side of the infield. A decent bunt, doesn't have to be a great one, is going to score a run. Even potentially give you an opportunity to get a hit out of it.
Eric clearly frustrated with himself. Just means he's going to get a hit. It's a chopper toward third. Saladino comes home, and Trout is tagged out. That's a pretty impressive play by the rookie third baseman. 2 down.
Especially when you have Trout running down the line. One hop. How quick the transfer and the perfect throw in the tag. No doubt. Trout out at home. How quick that transfer was, and a perfect throw. Because he's got to throw it up towards the first base side of the plate with Trout running down the line.
Eric again trying to pull that pitch that was off the plate away from him.
A huge at bat for C.J. Cronell. Have to get a run home.
2 out, 2 on. Pujols at second, Ibar at first. Cron 1 for 2. Dribbles the first one foul on a breaking ball. Taylor's now for 5 tonight with men in scoring position. Gets jammed, rolls with this one to Saladino. Golden opportunity yet again wasted by the Angels. We head to the bottom of the 6th, still tied at 1.
Andrew Heaney hitting the corners very, very well with both his fastball, 2-seam, 4-seam. His changeup is outstanding, and his slider has been very sharp. A big inning here now for Heaney and the Angels, in which the White Sox now taking over momentum, getting through that inning with no damage done.
2, 3, and 4 coming up for the Sox here in the 6th inning. Saladino, Abreu, Cabrera. Saladino 0 for 2. Last time up, grounded into the inning-ending double play. '68th pitch of the afternoon, or I should say evening. That's how quickly this game has gone by. This one's ripped out to left field. Is it going to hang up? No. Victorino backs up on it, plays it on a hop, and it's a leadoff single for the third baseman.
Inner half the plate, but down on his hands inside the baseball. That line drive right in front of Victorino. Those plays caught in between, trying to catch that in the air, or having trust in Heaney that can get a ground ball double play, keep it in front, hold him to a single.
Big key too. At that angle, that ball's hit, making sure that if you're tracking it the whole way, sometimes you see it, then you don't.
Especially when anything hit that hard on the line to get that bank of lights, it's very difficult to track as an outfielder.
There's Abreu. First baseman is grounded out and is struck out. 2 for 8 in the series. Minnesota now up 11-0 on Texas in the 5th. Good lead for Saladino at first. Four stolen bases for Saladino. He's been caught twice.
Quick hard tag by Pujols. Saladino at first going back. Quick throw by Perez. And the hard tag almost knocked his hand off the base.
Two-one count. Brave chasing the off-speed pitch, fouls it back 2-2. Up in the zone, but enough off the plate for it to be effective. Melky Cabrera on deck. Saladino with a base hit to lead off this sixth inning. Both teams exchanging runs in the fifth. Four strikeouts, no walks for Heaney. He's allowed 5 hits now. He's also hit a batter. He's back in the third.
Abreu has rolled into 14 double plays.
Saladino takes off. This one hit the third. Gillespie goes to second. Doesn't matter. They get the out at first. Saladino had a huge jump. So Abreu put out 5-4-3 for 1 out. A man in scoring position now for Melky Cabrera.
Hit hard by Abreu right at Gillespie. Thinking he might have originally had a shot at a double play, but big jump by Saladino going. Presence of mind for Johnny Giapatello to follow through on the throw. Get the out at first.
Cabrera for 2, struck out in the second, hit a fly ball to center in the fourth. Conversation here. He's been working at a very nice pace throughout this game. He's really slowed things down here with Saladino at first, now at second as well. Two balls and no strikes. Cabrera with 58 RBIs on the year. Big lead for Saladino at second. Yanked foul.
All speed pitch out in front. Cabrera has been very good for the White Sox in these situations with runners in scoring position. 366. You do have an open base. You can hit your pitch. Don't give in to a hitter that does well in these spots.
Fouls this one off. Just a 241 hitter from the right side of the plate this year. 299 from the left. Go ahead run in scoring position. The 1-1 game here in the 6th inning.
Boy, these clubs, another close, tight game here, 1-1 in the 6th. One out in 55 seasons. These two clubs have played extremely well against each other. The Angels lead the all-time series just by 2 games. 356 wins to 354. The series, the Angels, as far as home run leaders in the series, Chili Davis and Tim Salmon with 18. And Jim Fregosi, all-time hit leader with 150.
2-2 over to third. Gillespie has it. Fires first, got him. Saladino goes to third base. 2 outs.
Good base running. Saladino going to third on so that ball's thrown across the diamond. As soon as the throw is made, because you know you have the third baseman running back to the base, it's a difficult play to find the base and to throw. It's not worth it. Take a shot at that point.
See why the White Sox like Saladino so much.
He's got good instincts.
Sanchez as well, the second baseman, who's not playing tonight. So Garcia at the plate, the right fielder with a man at third. 2 outs. Struck out his first time up and lined down to Cole Calhoun to end the 4th. And that was a nice play by Cole, leaping up on the warning track in right field. One.
Backed up fastball with another fastball in, this time catching the corner.
Good power to all fields for Garcia. We saw it on display 2 nights ago when he had 2 home runs, one to left center, one to right center. One to right center, pretty good poke. Three balls, 1 strike.
Trying to get him to chase a change-up down.
Chasing on a 3-1 count.
He was anticipating a fastball. Back with a better change up there.
Full count with 2 outs and a man at third. Lays off the breaking ball. It's ball 4. First walk issued by Andrew.
That's a pretty good take. That wasn't a bad pitch. That's when a hitter's seeing the ball well.
So Ramirez will bat here, the shortstop. He's 0 for 2. Popped out of last time up. He got jammed at the little pop up on the infield that Ivar had to dive for. It's a fastball first pitch. Does not pull the trigger. It's an 0-1 count. Garcia at first base, by the way, if you're wondering. 5 stolen bases. But caught 7 times. Yanked foul. 0-2.
Garcia is a guy that if you can just make him stop, a chance of throwing him out. 0-2 pitch if he doesn't try to go, anticipating a breaking ball or change up in the dirt.
And long bottom of the 6th inning for Heaney. Upstairs. Will be changing the eye level. 1-2.
Dangerous pitch too. Is that high? Forces Carlos Perez to reach up quickly. He's trying to go inside. That was up and out over the plate. Nice play by Perez to catch that.
And he's thrown 21 pitches in this 6th. Two balls, 2 strikes.
That's 2 innings. 21 pitches in the 5th, 22 so far here in the 6th. The pitch count getting higher as Mike Butcher calls down to the bullpen. The conversation between Heaney and Perez. He's trying to fight through this inning.
Fernando Salas, first man up. Two now. Ramirez slices one to right. That'll get down for a hit. Saladino scores. Cole cuts it off. The throw comes back in, and the Sox have a 2-1 lead.
Down, he got a pitch out of the strike zone. It goes the other way. Fastball was down and in. Inside out approach from Ramirez.
And now another conversation here forced by Scioscia to get Salas ready. In the last of Andrew Heaney. Trace Thompson 2 for 2 with a couple of singles already. Scioscia is waiting for a sign from Solis in the bullpen. And here comes Mike. So Andrew Heaney unable to get through the 6th inning. Cruising, really. A lot of pitches in this 6th. Of course, that pitch count up to 90 now. Well, not a bad pitch to Alexi Ramirez.
Yeah, it was down really to take by Garcia on the 3-2 off-speed pitch. Difference.
That's going to be it for Heaney. A pitching change here in the 6th. Sox lead at 2-1. Insurance, on a mission to save you money. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com to get a fast rate quote and see how much you can save.
And by Hyundai, the summer clearance is going on now at your Hyundai dealer. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
White Sox on top 2-1. Still batting here in the 6th inning. They just chased Andrew Heaney with 2 outs in the 6th inning. Fernando Salas takes over on the mound. It's our in and out, who's in, who's out. Salas pitching in his 50th game. 2-1 record. At a 4.15 ERA. 49 punch outs at 43 to third. He comes on with runners at second and third. 2 outs and Trace Thompson at the plate. And he pitches for Andrew. Responsible for the 2 guys left on base.
Some just good at-bats for White Sox hitters against them. They weren't bad pitches. Sinker downstairs against Ramirez. And really, that walk, the take by Garcia on the 3-2 pitch that just missed out of the strike zone on an all-speed pitch. Not an easy thing to do.
Two for 2 tonight with a couple of singles and a run scored for Thompson. It all goes back to the opportunities that the Angels have had on the offensive side. Not taking advantage of them. 2nd inning, 5th inning, 6th inning. Getting 1 run in the 5th. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bottom 3rd of the order coming up for the Angels. Giovatelli, Gillespie, and Perez. White Sox have action in their bullpen as well now. Two now. Thompson strikes out, swinging in the 6th is in the books, but the Sox take the lead. We head to the 7th inning, 2-1 Chicago. Get any easier for the Angels. They go to Kansas City for a 4-game stretch. Richards, Weaver, Shoemaker, and Santiago for the Angels. Guthrie, Duffy, Cueto, and Ventura. First 2 games are on Fox Sports West. Saturday on FS1, and Sunday is ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. Top of the 7th inning, 2-1 Sox. Giovatelli to lead things off. Danks back out on the mound. Back up in the bullpen ready just in case. Johnny 0 for 2. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 5th inning and scored this double by Gillespie that gave the Angels a 1-0 lead at that time. White Sox tied it up in the 5th. Just took the lead in the 6th inning. Ground ball short. Brings up Gillespie. You can follow the Angels the rest of the season with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcast, statcast, and more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet today. Seen a lot of that tonight. The slow rollers, guys trying to pull that outside pitch. Gillespie got a pitch on the inside part of the plate in the 5th inning and ripped it down the right field line for his 14th double, picking up his 22nd RBI. Final line on Andrew Heaney, 2 runs on 6 hits, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk, and 5 2/3. Really, the 5th and 6th innings kind of did him in as far as pitch count is concerned. This situation as well as this one's bounced into the shift. It's Beckham out there in shallow right, low throw. It's dug out by Abreu for the 2nd out.
Always a difficult play for an infielder when they're playing an outfield grass. A different read off the baseball. It stays truer when it goes to the grass as compared to on that dirt in the infield. Long throw, a low throw. Scooped by Abreu at first base.
So 2 outs, nobody out for Carlos Perez. Danks at 91 pitches now. Carlos, so for 1, fly ball to right in the 3rd. Which was from picking up a home run in the 5th, eventually drew a walk. More than likely go to the bullpen after this inning for the White Sox. Banks' longest outing of the year was a complete game against Houston in which he gave up 10 hits. It was a shutout. That's clean living.
Yes, that's mixing and matching very well.
6 strikeouts, 1 walk, 10 hits, no runs. W. 3-1. Outside, there's ball 4, so he's picked up his 2nd walk. Comes with 2 outs, and you've got Victorino coming up. Imagine you get another pitching visit here. Putt number 20 to go. He's up and loosening at the bottom of the 6th inning. Appears as if he's going to let Victorino face Danks. Shane 0 for 3. Lined out hard and into a double play to end the 5th inning. He was to the 3rd baseman, Saladino. No balls, 2 strikes. Green, a little dribbler to the right side. Beckham has to charge it. And the Angels are down here in the 7th. Stretch time in Chicago. White Sox leading it 2-1. game. Tweet us your strongest fan photo to hashtag WestDataStrongFan for a chance to be featured in an upcoming broadcast, and it's brought to you by T-Mobile. Fernando Salas came in and struck out Trace Thompson to finish off the 6th inning. He's back out here for the 7th. Sox up 2-1. Flowers, Beckham, and face the veteran right-hander. Trying to keep it a 1-run deficit. Angels in the 8th have 2, 3, and 4 due up. More than likely will not face John Danks. Flowers 2 for 2, a double and a single.
He's hit the ball well in this series. 4 hits between him and Thompson today. 4 of the 6 hits.
1-2. Out to left field. Victorino moving back on it. Makes a left-hand turn, makes the catch. 1 out.
Different read off the bat, playing left field for Victorino. He has played center and right field. Able to track that one down with his speed. Originally fooled when that baseball hit by Flowers.
There's back at the second baseman, hit by a pitch in the 3rd and a sac fly in the 5th. The sac fly tied the game up at 1 in the 5th inning. 18th RBI, takes upstairs. Beckham, former first-round pick, 8th overall selection by the White Sox back in 08 at the University of Georgia. Played a lot of third base. First got to the big leagues. Position he wasn't all too familiar with. So bounce around over the years, different spots. Takes a called strike 3. He knew it. 2 outs. 3 batters faced for Salas. He's retired all 3. And we go to the top of the order with Adam Eaton coming up.
Great location once again. 2-seamer. Some movement, late movement. Freeze. Beckham on that looking off speed, whether it's a slider or changeup he was looking for.
Eaton 0 for 3 as he fouls the first one back. Halos in the 8th inning have Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols coming up. They're going to get Nate Jones. Fireballer.
Wonder if Danks doesn't go out to face Calhoun first before he goes to Jones.
What would you do? Some of the swings he's had against Danks, and you've got a guy that's pretty much your 8th inning guy with mid-90s stuff.
If you're going to make that move, after one batter, I would just start the inning with Jones.
With Jones?
Point. Yes. That's somebody Tony La Russa used to do a lot in Oakland. He had Rick Honeycutt as his lefty. A lot of times he would even start that inning with a tough left-handed batter, let him face the lefty, then bring in Dennis Eckersley.
Eaton strikes out. And Salas with a 1-2-3 7th. We head to the 8th. The Angels 2, 3, and 4 coming up, down to 1 run.
Here in Chicago as we head into the 8th inning. Ken French with you. Don't forget, following this one is All About Angels Live postgame presented by your SoCal Mazda dealers. Myself, Jose Mota, will bring you the highlights and interviews. We'll talk about Andrew Heaney's performance here tonight. Also, we'll look around the league, bring you some scores and highlights as they pertain to the Halos playoff picture, and also we'll preview the upcoming series with the Kansas City Royals. It's all coming up on Angels Live postgame, or fellas, as my mom likes to call it, must-see TV.
Must-see TV.
Oh, yes.
Frenchie, we appreciate it as always. Danks is indeed back out for the 8th inning to face Cole Calhoun. Jones ready to go in the pen. Cole fouls the first one back. Calhoun 0 for 3. 2 ground outs and a fly ball to center. .100 pitches thrown by the left-hander. First in the dirt.
He's throwing the ball well. He's made the pitch when he needed to. Especially that at bat against Eric Ibar.
One ball, 2 strikes. Trout on deck. Cole goes down swinging for out number 1. Change of got him. Here comes Robin Ventura. And Danks is done after the second strikeout of the night for the left-hander. Pitching change in the 8th with the Chicago White Sox up 2-1. regular. Houston defeating San Francisco 2-0 earlier today. Texas losing to Minnesota 11-1 in the bottom of the 7th. Seattle shutting out Baltimore. That was a no-hitter by Hisashi Iwakuma. Toronto won 10-3. Yankees lost, so the Toronto Blue Jays now sit atop the American League East by a half game over New York. The Tigers stalking back 6-4, leading the Royals in the 8th inning.
The Yankees is a game and a half back of Houston. Come back and somehow win this game before going on that 4-game trip to Kansas City. Thanks, very, very good at 7 1/3.
1 run, 5 hits, 2 strikeouts, 3 walks. Jones, fastball coming at you
At 98. He's 96 to 100. Also a slider changeup.
He pitched an inning and 2/3 in Monday's game, and 1 hit allowed, 1 strikeout. Trout tonight 0 for 2. A fly ball to right, a strikeout, and a walk. Jones 6'5", 220, 29 years of age, native of Kentucky.
Yeah. 1-2. 90-mile-an-hour slider.
Coming back from Tommy John surgery. Hasn't affected the velocity, that's for sure. Way outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Brewers backs and throws as hard as he could possibly throw his fastball and slider. And if you're Trout, you just make good contact, and this baseball can go a long way, especially with that velocity on his pitches.
Trout goes down swinging, 2 outs.
Flowers setting up away for a slider that backed up. He gets a swing and miss. A mistake with the slider. And he got away with it.
Albert 2 for 3 tonight with a couple of singles. This one out to center field. Thompson is there. Halos go down in order in the 8th. We head to the bottom of the inning. 2-1 Sox.
now it's time for In the Driver's Seat, brought to you by Kia. John Danks threw the ball very, very well for the White Sox tonight. 7 1/3, 5 hits allowed, just 1 earned run. That was an RBI mistake pitch to Connor Gillespie. Gillespie doubled. 2.94 ERA in his career against the Angels. Very solid for Danks. That changeup was very good. Enough fastballs in or have to open up that outside part of the plate on his changeup.
Joe Smith takes over on the mound for Fernando Salas, who went an inning in the third with 3 strikeouts. First game since August 4th for Joe. 48th on the season. 4-3 mark at a 3.02 ERA.
Uncomfortable in the elbow area, forearm area. Feeling much, much better the last few days. His 38th career game against the White Sox. 2.04 ERA for Joe Smith.
Saladino fouling this one back. It's no 2 count. He's 1 for 3. Led off the 6th inning with a single, and eventually scored on the Ramirez double to put the White Sox up 2-1. Foul tipped into the mid. Down goes Saladino, 1 away. So here's Abreu, the first baseman, who's 0 for 3. Damage tonight coming from 6, 7, and 8. 5 of the 6 hits for the White Sox. Ramirez, Thompson, and Flowers. Abreu takes a strike.
Good slider there from Joe Smith. Seen the last couple of days throwing a football around in the outfield just to work out that arm and the forearm.
Ray chops this one to second. Giavotella has it on 2 hops. 2 down. Analysts in the 9th will face the closer, David Robertson, who pitched last night. Ibar, Crone, and Giavotella are due up.
Do have David Murphy and David DeJesus available off the bench.
Melky fouling off the first one. He's 0 for 3. Strikeout, a fly ball to center, and a ground ball to third.
Wow, what a play by a fan. Leaping play with the glove. Here below us. And some high fives.
He's crushing everybody with the high fives.
What an outstanding play.
Bouncer to Giavotella. Joe Smith with a 1-2-3-8. We head to the 9th inning. The Angels down 2-1. We'll have Ibar, Crone, and Giavotella coming up.
a pitch down. Lexi Ramirez goes the other way. Driving in. Saldino with a double. Go-ahead run. Second run of the game for the White Sox. They lead this one 2-1 here in the top of the ninth.
David Robertson takes over on the mound. He's the closer. Picked up his 23rd save last night. 5-3 on the season, a 2.60 ERA, 64 punch-outs, 11 walks, and 45 innings of work.
Fastball's 90-94, very good curveball, changeup.
Angels in jeopardy of dropping their 9th consecutive road game. And including tonight, the Angels, in those 9 games so far, have scored a total of 18 runs. Tonight, again, 0 for 6. Been in scoring position. Ibar 1 for 3. Bunt single in the second. Robertson closed it out last night, facing the same 3 guys. Struck out Ibar looking, throw, grounded out. Giovatelli grounded out to finish off the game. Angels have been retired in order tonight. 4 of the 8 innings.
Just looking to try to get on base. Andrew Heaney. Love to see some offense action right here to get off the hook. Threw the ball very well. Need 2 earned runs, 5 2/3. Because you can steal against Robertson and Flower combination.
Ibar goes down swinging. 1 out. No throw needed. Colbreth rings up Ibar. Ibar saying the ball bounced. Fielding Colbreth saying it did not. Mike Scioscia. We'll take a look at it.
See if this baseball does indeed hit the dirt. There's no doubt.
Question is, Gooby, I don't think, is that reviewable? Yeah, it did hit the dirt easily. Jim Reynolds is going to come down.
Certainly never tagged him.
Yeah, well, he didn't tag him, and he didn't throw down to first because Fielding Colbreth called him out.
Yeah,
That's why.
I don't think it's reviewable.
It's not reviewable.
Be a conversation with the umpires.
Correct. And Robin Ventura is going to have his say here because Flowers would have thrown down to first, but Fielding Colbreth called him out. That's why he didn't throw down to first. So Robin would have a beef as well.
There's no question about that.
Ibar would have been thrown out. I mean, let's just put it that way.
But why not run all the way down if you're Eric Ibar? Because you clearly see the ball in the dirt. They're going to have a quick conversation.
Yeah.
This is potentially a huge play for the Angels, especially if Ibar is able to stay at first with his speed. This baseball clearly in the dirt.
Yeah. This is going to be a crew chief review here. Nobody else saw it. Flowers goes to tag him. Ibar takes off. Goes to throw down to first, and Fielding Colbreth, the crew chief, rings him up, so no throw by Flowers. Eric kept running. So they're going to take a look at this.
Curious to see what they look at.
Well, they just want confirmation that the ball hit the dirt, I would imagine, or maybe it didn't. But if they say that the ball hit the dirt, and Ibar is awarded first base, Robert Ventura is going to be
gone.
jacked.
He's going to be gone. There's a pretty good chance, if that's the case, Robert Ventura might have a few words to say. See if the tag was applied. Nope. No, he missed him. And Flowers realizing that he has to try to do that himself.
Correct.
Well, Mike Scioscia may be asking if there was a tag actually applied at all, because maybe when you see Colbreth call him out, he calls him out at potentially of the tag by Flowers.
Yeah. Not an easy call because someone's going to be upset.
It seemed like the call was the Flowers tag when he pointed and then made the out sign.
Okay, Mike Scioscia has indeed challenged the call on the tag. And that's what they're looking at. So it's not a crew chief review.
And that's exactly what we saw when he was pointing it and then making the call. It sure looked like he didn't tag him. This angle is still difficult to see, but it looks like there's no contact at all with the leg of Eric Ibar. Angle right here, maybe see some more daylight.
They're saying he's out. Wow. Be curious. We'll get the email here momentarily as to the explanation here. The call stands
as a tag?
Yeah, apparently. We're being told that the definitive look is this one that's coming up here. We're going to show it to you in just a sec. Mike Scioscia wants an explanation here. And Mike's got a very good right. Here's the definitive call here. I don't know what's definitive about that.
I don't see any contact.
What's definitive is that it's not definitive. Wow. And so, Mike, I told you somebody was going to be upset.
If this is the definitive look, I don't see where there's any contact.
You can see the shadow of the hand on the pant leg. There's no contact there. I mean, if that's what they're looking at. Carl looks at a strike. So 1 out, nobody on. Carl 1 for 3. Field base hit. One now. Ripped by CJ, fouls it back 1-2. Giabatella on deck. 2-1 Sox here in the ninth with one out. Crow chops one back over the middle, back under the backhand, flips it to Ramirez, spins around, throws to first, safe at first. And the White Sox, I'm sure we'll take a look at this one in the clubhouse. That was
There's no doubt. That was
nifty.
an unbelievable play by the middle infielders for the White Sox. Beckham's not going to be able to make that throw that far away, but Ramirez with his arm. What a close play. The flip, the catch, and then the fire to first. Looked like the foot's on the base.
No argument.
What a game so far.
So the tying run on board, and Featherston will come up and pinch run for C.J. Cron. You're talking about running against Robertson and Flowers. Figure Featherston will be on the move here soon.
Featherston, good speed. Flowers is thrown out a little over 11% of would-be base stealers. Big lead for Featherston.
I think if you're going, you got to go early. Give yourself 2 cracks at scoring a tying run. Giabatella 0 for 3. Reach on the fielder's choice and score to the 5th.
Ahead of the count, White Sox have an option of a pitch out now.
Featherston takes off. Giabatella shoots it to right, a base hit. Featherston got deked at second, still gets to third, and the Angels have runners at the corners with one down.
And going on the pitch, good jump for Featherston, but Giabatella, again, late in the game, another good swing. A different swing late in the game for Giabatella. More level line drive in the right field. And Featherston going, doesn't know exactly where that baseball is, but the middle infielder Ramirez was pointing over and he stopped, but he's not going to score anyhow, and that ball easily gets to third base.
So it's Connor Gillespie, the former White Sox, up at the plate with 1 out, 2 on. And the Angels down a run. 1 for 3 night for Gillespie, an RBI double in the 5th inning.
One thing to keep an eye on, Robertson does bounce that breaking ball an awful lot. 3 wild pitches this season.
Chopper to first. Abreu touches the bag, and they've got Giabatella on a run down. The run scores. It's a tie ball game. No, they're awarding Giabatella second base. Manny Gonzalez, the run counts anyways. It became a tag play, and the run scored before the tag, so it's a 2-2 tie. But Manny Gonzalez awarding second base to Giabatella.
That was a good play by Giabatella to stop and getting a run down because it's forcing a tag. Because Abreu went to first base, the tag has to be applied to the runner at that point.
That's a mistake on Abreu's part, honestly. He got that ball quickly. He's got a chance to throw to second and turn a double play.
No question. And the hesitation and a nice job by Giabatella to get in the rundown long enough. There's contact. If there's contact made with a fielder, he will be awarded second base like he did. That's what you try to do. When you're in the rundown, you just try to make contact with a fielder. You have the obstruction at that point.
Well, it's a 2-2 tie.
Or interference, I should say.
See if there's any contact made.
Wow.
Barely with the glove, but he pointed right away. The hand in Giavitello and the glove from Ramirez. And again, nice job by Johnny Giavitello to get in the rundown to allow that run to score.
Robin Ventura doesn't like the explanation he just got from Manny Gonzalez. A potential go-ahead run now at second base with 2 outs. I'd be curious to hear the explanation by Manny Gonzalez, because I don't see it.
I mean, it was close to the glove at best. And this inning has been incredibly odd.
All things considered, what the Angels have gone through on the road.
They'll take a run.
Yeah, no doubt. The run would have counted regardless. The only difference would have been the Angels are done batting. It would have been the 3rd out. And now David Murphy will pinch hit here for Carlos Perez. Outside with the off-speed pitch. So Andrew Heaney is off the hook. Gillespie gets credited with his 2nd RBI of the game. Murphy hitting .288 on the year, 6 home runs, 32 RBIs. .243 hitter with the Angels. Outside. Back-to-back off-speed pitches. It's 2 balls and no strikes.
You got Robertson out there, a lot of delays in between pitches this entire inning for him.
.3-0. David DeJesus has come out to the on-deck circle. He would bat for Victorino should Murphy reach. Ground ball foul.
Play too, there doesn't necessarily have to be contact made with Giavitello on the runner. If his path is changed because of the infielder being in that position, but it doesn't look like it was changed at all there either.
Yeah, Johnny didn't move one way or the other. Murphy takes a strike, full count.
But it doesn't have to have contact. The runner will still be able to get his path towards the base. If it's altered by an infielder, then you can still have interference.
Giavitello at second base with 2 outs. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Murphy lines one to second. We head to the bottom of the 9th. The Angels tie it up. It's a 2-2 game. Mike Scioscia goes to the bullpen. Trevor Gott is summoned from the pen to take over for Joe Smith, who had a 1-2-3 8th inning. Youngster's done a terrific job for the Angels, pitching down his 25th game, a 2-0 record on a 1.85 earned run average. The White Sox here tonight have Garcia, Ramirez, and Thompson coming up. Got the third reliever used by Scioscia. Heaney went 5 2/3. He's off the hook. Salas an inning and a third, and a solid 3 punch-outs for him, facing 4 batters. And then Smith with a punch-out of the 3 guys that he faced in the 8th. Dangerous hitter, Navisael Garcia, the right fielder, to lead things off. He struck out in the 2nd. A fly ball, more of a line drive to right field on the terrific play by Calhoun in the 4th, and then walked in the 6th. As Chris Inetta takes over behind the plate. First time Gott has faced the White Sox. He's not pitched in this series. Last outing for him on Friday, went inning in 2/3. That'll leave it to count at 1-1.
Back-to-back 97-mile-an-hour fastballs from Gott.
Breaking ball. Still a work in progress for him. Two balls, 2 strikes. An odd top of the 9th inning. And we did finally get the email from Major League Baseball that replay official did not have a definitive angle that the catcher did not tag Eric Ibar. Moving on.
And the game's tied.
Two. See it grounds one to the right side. Pujols to the backhand has it. 1 down.
What a perfect feed for Pujols to Gott, covering the base, leading him perfectly.
One out, nobody on, and it's Alexi Ramirez coming up. 8 in a row retired by Angels pitching since the double by Ramirez in the 6th, but the White Sox up 2-1. Chopper toward the middle. Ibar can't get there. It's a single for Ramirez. The winning run on board now. Trace Thompson coming to the plate.
Pretty good speed at first base for Ramirez with 15 stolen bases on the season. This placed that ground ball perfectly up the middle to get a base hit. And if Eric makes that play, there's no way they're going to throw out Ramirez at first base.
Here's some boos. Trace Thompson is not going to bat. Adam LaRoche has been called upon by Robin Ventura. Been a disappointing season for the veteran. .213 average this year, 10 home runs, 37 RBIs. As a pinch hitter this year, 1 for 2. Tough call. Thompson has swung the bat well in the 2 games we've seen him.
Very quick, good coverage on the outer part of the plate and inside part of the plate.
Thompson finishes the night going 2 for 3. Three infielders on the right side. And LaRoche hits one out to straightaway center field. Mike Trout racing back and onto the track he goes to make the catch for out number 2.
And that baseball was hit hard by LaRoche. Trout able to track that one down. Squared up well. The Trout back on it at the front of the warning track.
To 2 outs, Ramirez at first, and here's Flowers, the catcher. 2 for 3 with a double, a single, and a fly ball to left. The Angels have the top of their order coming up. Victorino, Calhoun, and Trout. Zach Duke, the lefty, getting ready for the White Sox. No balls, 2 strikes. Off the plate. Halos tied this one up at the top of the ninth. Flowers, slow roller to second. Free baseball here in Chicago. It's a 2-2 tie at the top of the order coming up.
Starts off, Ibar swinging this ball in the dirt. Said the tag was applied, but from this angle doesn't look like there was any contact with Flowers and Eric Ibar. Eventually ruled not enough evidence to overturn it. And then a ground ball, first and third. Giavitello in the rundown, run scores, so the game is going to be tied, but then interference called on Ramirez as Johnny Giavitello in the rundown. Doesn't have to have contact with the fielder, but the path for Giavitello to get to second base was altered, so given the base. Certainly an odd inning. Extremely odd inning.
Zach Duke on to face the Angels here in the 10th. Pitching in his 51st game. Second appearance of the series. 3-4 and a 3.48 ERA. Victorino takes low for ball 1. Shane 0 for 4 tonight.
Duke fastball 88 to 92. Slider, cut fastball, curveball, changeup.
1/3 of an inning last night. Duke struck out Featherston, gave up a single to Victorino, and walked Calhoun. He's taken out of the game.
Good count now for Victorino to do some damage.
Calhoun on deck, Trout to follow. Chopper off the foot. It's 2-2. Cued off the end of the bat towards second. Beckham has it. All the way. Up steps Cole Calhoun, is 0 for 4. Both teams with 2 runs, both with 7 hits. Angels have stranded 7. The White Sox have left 6 on base. Breaking pitch, fouled off the left.
A hanging breaking pitch right down the heart of the plate. Cole just missed that one. Can't imagine that Duke will be facing Trout.
Off the plate. New center fielder for the White Sox is Lurie Garcia. Thompson being pinch hit for the ninth. One. Outside, breaking ball. Angels took a 1-0 lead in the 5th. The Sox tied it up that inning. White Sox took a 2-1 lead in the 6th inning. A double by Ramirez. The Angels tying it up in the 9th. It's off the plate. 3 balls and a strike. We're trying on deck. There's ball 4. Go ahead run on it board. First base. Bring up Trout. Robert Ventura is going to come out and make a move here. Tritzka, who pitched last night, will undoubtedly come in to face Trout. Right-hander's ready to go. That's going to be it for Zach Duke. A pitching change here in the 10th inning. China 2. one out and a man at first base. Trout tonight hitless, 0 for 3 with a walk and a couple of strikeouts. Trichka pitched last night, went 2/3 of an inning, and he faced Trout and Pujols. Trout reached on the error by Alexi Ramirez, and then Pujols, remember the 1-2-3 double play.
Trichka fastball is 91 to 96. Slider, changeup, pretty good changeup too.
Check in of Calhoun.
Cole with 4 stolen bases, were caught once.
No balls and a strike. One. Trout fouls it off. Ball got into the seats quickly. 0-2 now.
Series coming up in Kansas City. Garrett Richards getting that started tomorrow night.
Here now the 0-2. Outside. Fastball at 97.
Well, they have some guys that can bring it in their bullpen.
And different looks, too.
And different arm angles.
Way outside. Nice dig by Flowers and it's short hop. 2-2. Kind of a do or die play there.
Hard slider well out of the strike zone. The backhand scooped well by Flowers. He was in position to throw just in case Cole Calhoun thought about going.
Pujols on deck. Cole working the walk against Zach Duke with 1 out here the 10th. Goes Trout for the 3rd time tonight.
Trout's changeup. Trichka has a very good changeup, and he threw one here perfectly. Trout pulls off on that one, unable to make contact.
Deadly. You got to gear up for 97, 98, and all of a sudden pull the string like that. Now it's Albert's turn. He's been on board twice tonight. A couple of singles, 2 for 4 overall. Dude, now take a chance with Cole.
I'm letting Albert swing.
Some swing.
Okay. Though it'll be very difficult for Cole to score from first on anything that stays in the ballpark as deep as they're playing. But I'm giving Albert a chance to hit a home run. It's been a while for Albert.
Shoots this one to the right side. It's a 3-hit game. Cole on his way to 3rd. The Angels have runners at first and third with Ibar coming up.
Stayed back on that. Well, that might have been another one of those changeups that kind of ran back in. He stayed back and punched that ball hard to right field. Starting to use the whole field, which is great to see from Albert.
Yeah, you mentioned the home run. He hasn't homered since July 29th. Still stuck at 550 career home runs. Go ahead run at third, and Cole Calhoun. Pujols over at first, and Ibar at the plate. Eric 1 for 4. He singled in the second. Houston straight, warming up in the bullpen just in case. Oh, one. Pujols takes off and no throw. A little surprised they didn't throw down. Albert picks up a stolen base.
His fourth stolen base. Take away a force.
1 ball, 1 strike. Ibar fouls it off. 1-2.
It's been a while for Eric Ibar to get a base hit. The runner in scoring position. July 26. What a perfect time to get that base hit.
Unfortunately, we've said that way too often, up and down. It's been a while since. A lot of things for the Angels.
We'll take a wild pitch again.
Yeah, whatever works. Takes that one inside. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. DeJesus has come out to the on-deck circle. Featherston right now is currently the DH. Pitch ran to Crone and scored. The timer in the ninth. Two. Ibar fouls that one off his body. So we'll reset and do it again. Two balls, 2 strikes. Ibar fouls this one back. 98-mile-per-hour fastball. Duke walking Calhoun. Triska's come on and struck out Trout. Gave him the base at the Pujols. Changeup outside, full count.
Does have some good movement on that changeup. Good take by Eric. Out of the strike zone, but very difficult, especially when you got to gear up at 97 on a fastball.
Looked like he aimed that one, slowed things down a little bit.
Tried to make a perfect pitch. He threw a perfect changeup to Trout. Right? This one he tried to force it. He made a mistake.
Three-two on the way. Ibar hits one out toward right center field. Garcia giving chase, and he will track it down. Luring Garcia, the new center fielder, robs Ibar and keeps this game tied at 2.
Garcia in center field. First game in center field this season, and he tracks it down. He's playing the other way against Eric Ibar with that speed to be able to cut off that angle, and a solid play in right center field, and that fly ball by Eric Ibar by Garcia keeps it tied.
Eric did his part, drove that baseball as well as he could. Nice play by the center fielder. So in the bottom of the 10th, Trevor Gott's back out on the mound. You see a 9-1-2 here. Carlos Sanchez will be pitch hitting for Gordon Beckham. Beckham finishes the night 0 for 1 with a sac fly. Dribble toward third. Gillespie has it. One down. Take down. One pitch, one away.
Especially as Gott goes into his second inning.
Top of the order now at Anaheim. Houston won earlier tonight, so the Angels needing a victory to remain a game back. The loss would put them at 2 back. Texas lost to Minnesota 11-1. Eaton, the DH tonight, is 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts.
Looked like he went on that.
Not according to Marcus Patillo. Guy he'd like to keep off the bases, Eaton with good speed. Angels tying it up in the 9th inning. Ground down by Gillespie. And a bad decision by Abreu, the first baseman. Runners at first and third. The bouncer near the bag, and Abreu, instead of just doing the routine double play, going to second, touched first base. Took the force down in effect, and that allowed the run to score.
Yeah, I think they had a shot at turning that 3-6-3.
Eaton goes down swinging, 2 outs.
Nasty moving fastball at 97. Trevor Gott. This pitch starts in the middle part of the plate and then runs off the outside corner. Wow, what movement on that 97 mile an hour.
Saladino looks at a strike. 1 for 4 game for the third baseman. Singled and scored in the 6th. Nineteen pitches thrown by Trevor. Trying to finish up his second inning. Ground ball to short. Should do it. We head to the 11th. The Angels with Featherston, Giavotella, and Gillespie due up. 9-2. playoff implications. The Angels taking on the Royals, followed by the Nationals taking on the Giants. Coverage begins Saturday at 4 p.m. Pacific, only on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Zach Putnam takes over on the mound here in the 11th inning, placing Trichka. Let him go on the final 2/3 of the 10th. .37 games, a 3-3 record, and a 3.16 ERA. And Featherston will indeed pinch hit here, or pardon me, will stay in the game. That'd be the DH. Sanchez stays in the game. He's at second. Trichka, 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit, 1 strikeout. That's Putnam. First plate appearance for Taylor. Good drive for Crone in the 9th inning, scored a run. Got the start at third base the first 2 games of this series. This season a 133 average. 0 for 6 in the series. Putnam, 28 years of age, 5th round pick of the Indians back in 08, University of Michigan.
Putnam throws quite a few split finger fastballs.
Pretty good movement down and in there. He's been up a couple of times in this series, but this is the first action he has seen. Two.
So nothing but split finger fastball so far in this at bat against Featherston. Trying on that sliding mitt in case he gets on base.
Putnam in his second season with the Sox, pitching 49 games last year. 3-2. And there's ball 4. So the leadoff man is on board.
Leadoff man with speed. Putnam has allowed 4 stolen bases in 5 attempts. All 4 attempts with Flowers catching him have been successful.
His 5th walk issued by White Sox pitching. None of those walks have come around to score. Giavotella steps up now.
I wonder if he's going to square around it, or is Mike Scioscia going to allow Featherston to try to steal the base?
Giavotella 1 for 4. He singled in the 9th inning. Taylor was on the move when Giavotella got that base hit to right and ended up in 3rd. Scored on that ground out by Gillespie. Strike. Scioscia wanted to find out if Giavotella offered at it.
He said it's on the pitch.
Yeah, I heard that. Colbert. He was off the plate. Giavotella squaring around. Drops the ball on the first base side. Putnam has it. Sanchez, sacrifice. Puts Featherston at second.
Nice job by Giavotella getting that bunt down. Featherston in scoring position. Trying to deaden that baseball and forcing Putnam to field it. Job well done by Johnny Giavitelli.
It's the 7th sacrifice that Johnny's had this year.
So they're going to walk Gillespie.
Chris Iannetta due up. No more catchers. Just can't pinch hit for Chris. Chris mired in a deep slump here of late. 3 for his last 39. Talk about a perfect opportunity for him to come up big as he did with that double on Friday night. This sets up a potential double play.
Well, judging from the way he went after Featherston, a lot of split finger fastballs. Chris pretty good on pitches that are at the knees, not below the knees, but at the knees. Hopefully gets one of those split finger fastballs at that zone.
Robin Ventura making the walk out there. It's a lefty in the bullpen.
This is more of a conversation strategy to make sure they try to keep Featherston, I think, close to second base too. Very to look back to second. Maybe you'll see a potential pickoff put on.
So first and second, 1 out, 2-2 tie here in the 11th inning. And Iannetta, his first plate appearance, 184, 8 home runs, 29 RBIs. Top of the order, Victorino on deck. Outfield playing shallow, especially Garcia in right, Featherston at second, Gillespie at first. This is on the first one. That is skied out toward left center field, chasing Garcia back. It'll stay in the yard. Featherston will tag. He'll head to third. The throw from Garcia out of time.
It's a pretty strong arm.
Yep.
He got back and got behind that baseball very, very well. On that throwing side and a firm throw to third base. One hopper just got the foot in. See right there, the foot just got on the base before the tag was applied.
David DeJesus is going to pinch hit here. Imagine that Ventura will go to the lefty.
David DeJesus.
He's going to let Putnam face DeJesus. Runners at first and third. 2 outs. David hitting .239 on the season. 5 home runs, 28 RBIs as a pinch hitter. 3 for 16. Struggled. He's coming over. He's 2 for 27 with the Angels. First one low. David 1 for 3 in his career against Zach Putnam. Ground ball toward the middle. Sanchez to his right. Has it off balance throw to first. And we head to to the bottom of the 11th. Still tied at 2. The bullpen as Trevor Gott worked 2 scoreless innings. And it's Alvarez on in relief. 2-3 mark and a 3.42 ERA, pitching in his 40th game. 47 to third innings, 43 strikeouts and 16 walks. And the lefty will be facing Abreu, Cabrera, and Garcia. 3, 4, and 5 for the Sox. Casey stays in the game and will play left field.
Good job by Trevor Gott again out of the bullpen.
Abreu tonight 0 for 4. Strikeout. Got, by the way, 2 innings. 1 hit, 1 strikeout for the rookie. One ball, 1 strike. Angels again, the man in scoring position tonight. 0 for 11. Man in scoring position. Changeup. Last 9 road games now for the Angels. 9 for 66. Man in scoring position. Fouled off. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes. Approaching the 11 o'clock hour here in Chicago. We'll jump on the charter after the game and head to Kansas City. Fortunately, a short flight. That's a pretty good pitch right there. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Looks like it gets that inside part of the plate. One of the Fox tracks is touching that corner.
Melky Cabrera on deck. 2-2. That's down the line, foul.
That went well off the plate. I think he was pretty excited. That is a serious smile on the face.
Yeah,
that's
look
great.
At what I found.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I don't think he can control himself. That is driven out toward right center field. Calhoun giving chase, and he'll track it down.
What a nice play by Cole. That ball drifted back towards his path he was running to. Hit well by Abreu, but a nice play by Cole. You see how far he's got to go as that baseball works its way back towards him. Alvarez liking that play by Cole, who's been outstanding in right field this year. See, 2 years. He's been very, very good.
Cabrera hitless tonight, 0 for 4. First action, or second action that Alvarez has had in this series, pitched Monday. 1 inning, 1 strikeout. 1-2. Late life on that pitch, but off the plate. Should we get to the 12th, the Angels will have Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols due up. Pulled over to third. Gillespie has it. And he throws it wildly. That will allow Cabrera to get the second. As routine a play as you could have for the second out. Nothing Albert could do there. Gillespie commits his 13th error of the season, and now you've got the winning run at second. You're going to check on Albert.
Yeah, he had to really stretch out on that one. Looked like he hurt himself. Initially a solid play by Gillespie, and dropping in his elbow, and Albert trying as hard as he can to be able to reach out and keep his foot on the base, unable to do so.
One out and a man at second.
And his baseball sailed away from Pujols, trying to keep his foot on the base. So they're going to walk Garcia.
Unfortunate for Connor, is plays like that to kind of cost him his job with the White Sox. We just hope that Alvarez can get Alexi Ramirez here, do some double play, and kind of erase that one. Get to the 12th inning. Gillespie with 2 RBIs tonight. Speak Garcia's second walk of the night. 0 for 3 overall. Ball 4. So Alexi Ramirez, the shortstop, will bat here with 2 on, 1 out. Winning run in second. Ramirez has had a couple of hits tonight, 2 for 3. He's part of 2 for 4. Single, a double, and an RBI. All 3 outfielders shallow, and that includes Cole out at right. No conversation happening here.
Houston Street's ready to go in the bullpen, and Mike Scioscia might just go to him. That's exactly what he's going to do. Don't see it too often, but there was ever an opportunity to use your closer to get out of a jam. This is it.
It's a big win here. They can pull this one off.
Pitching change here in the 11th, down to 2. Intentional walk to obviously El Garcia in his Houston Street summit from the pen to face Alexi Ramirez. 42nd game, 3-2 record, a 2.59 ERA, 26 saves. He's got the winning running for Cabrera in second, Garcia at first, and to face the shortstop and Ramirez.
It's not something that Houston Street does too often, where he comes in with runners on base to start off an inning, but it's such an important game for the Angels. Bringing in your closer here too, get that ground ball double play. Ramirez has rolled into 13 double plays.
Houston pitched in Sunday's game, went 1 inning, and allowed a hit. Outfield shallow all the way around. Ramirez takes outside.
Just look at that landing spot. There's been a lot of pitchers used in this game, a lot of different landing spots.
He's the 12th pitcher used in this ball game combined. He's facing a guy which he's had success against, and Alexi Ramirez is just 1 for 6 in his career. Swinging a miss, good off speed, 1-1. Heaney went 5 2/3. Salas an inning and a third. Smith 1 inning, got 2. Alvarez 1/3 of an inning. But now Street. 2 balls, 1 strike. Down to Ramos and Rasmus, and Rasmus pitched last night. Three and 1. Honestly, I can't imagine Rasmus would even be available after 2 2/3.
I think which starting pitcher could put on his spikes and get ready to get down to the bullpen if needed.
Lurie Garcia waiting on deck. Three 1 to Ramirez. He pulls this one to short. Should be 2. Ibar feeds Giavotella for 1. The relay back to first in time. Houston Street gets the double play, and we will head to the 12th. Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols coming up. Still tied at 2. Coming up, new pitcher on for the Chicago White Sox. It's the veteran Matt Albers, his first season with the Sox. 12 games, a 1-0 record, and a 2.65 ERA.
Fastball 88 to 92 range, slider, changeup.
Albers spent some time on the disabled list earlier this year. Broke his right pinky finger. That was the on-field situation between the White Sox and the Royals back in April. Been around a long time. Originally drafted by the Houston Astros. He'll face Cole Calhoun, Mike Trout, and Albert Pujols here in the 12th. First one's up and away. Cole 0 for 4 last time up, drew a walk. That was in the 10th. Ball and strike. Albers the 6th reliever used by Ventura. John Danks, the starter, went 7 1/3, gave up a run on 5 hits. In a game that seemed to be probably about 2 hours and 25 minutes at one point. It was cruising along at a very good clip. Both guys throwing the ball well. Little dribbler out in front of the mound. Albers bare hands and fires the first. Calhoun the tag for the first down.
Well, if there's ever a time where the Angels need Trout right at this point to really square one up, it's the time. Especially because there's no more extra players available. Bullpen thin now, the amount of pitchers used.
Trout 0 for 4 today with 3 strikeouts and a walk. Right, taking that first pitch strike. Reaching for this one toward the hole. Tough play for Ramirez, even with his arm, and it's an infield base hit for Trout.
Ramirez did everything he could to make that a close play, but Trout is too fast. Beats that one out. In the hole. The transfer was excellent. Trout is too fast, beats it out. How quick. Trout got down the line, but how quick Ramirez got rid of that baseball, made that a close play.
There's Albert. 0 for 5 in his career against Matt Albers. He's had a 3-hit game tonight, 3 singles, 3 for 5 overall. He's also picked up a stolen base.
Definitely thinking Trout's got to think in terms of trying to steal a base here.
First 3-hit game for Albert since June the 9th. He's at Tampa Bay. His 4th of the season. And Trout leaning a little bit there. Ibar, who's on deck. 6 for 8 in his career against Albers. 3 doubles and 4 RBIs. Outfield deep, all 3 for Chicago. Big hole on the right side with Sanchez shading Pujols toward the middle, and of course Abreu holding Trout on at first.
I'll have to put a pitch out on here just in case Trout's going. Anytime you see a pitcher looking in and looking in longer than normal, you see a different sign. That's why you got to anticipate the pitch out being put on, and it was.
One and 2. Trout still anchored at first. Trout doesn't go anywhere. Albert goes down swinging. And here comes Ibar.
Pitch down. Albert chased a couple of those in at bat. He's trying to call timeout. Did not get it. And swings and misses. It doesn't have to be granted to you as a hitter.
Ibar up. 1 for 5 so far tonight. Would have thought the drought would have already taken off by now. That's the good numbers that Eric has in his career against Albers.
He might indeed, if he does go now, just walk him and take your chances with the youngster Featherston. But he looked like he was definitely going there. But you have to take chances.
Merrick lines one out to center. Garcia comes in. That'll fall in for a base hit. Trout, little hesitation. Garcia drops the baseball. And Trout stays at third. So it's a single for Ibar. Runners at the corners now for Featherston.
That would have been real interesting, that play at third. We saw the arm of Garcia earlier. It's Featherston who's tug up. I'll tell you, that would have been real close.
Okay, he was fooled on the swing. Obviously not a lot of experience out in the outfield, but he let that ball hop. Trout, little stutter step there. Remaining on the mound, just the infield. Featherston drew a walk. That was in the 11th. His only plate appearance tonight. First one from Albers. Side. 1 ball, no strikes. Base hit by Ibar, the 10th hit for the Angels tonight. Unfortunately, none have come with a man in scoring position. Trout, the base runner at third base. Ibar at second. Eric takes off. Uncontested. Feathers into the hole now at 1 and 2. It's right over the heart of the plate. White Sox at the bottom of the 12th. Garcia, Flowers, and Sanchez duo. Street will be coming back in. Produced a double play to end the 11th. Now the 2-2. Featherston fouls it. Couple of Houston area natives going out of here. Matt Albers, Taylor Featherston. 2-2. Struck him out. The Angels lead yet another. Couple of base runners in scoring position. We get to the bottom of the 12. Not at a 2. Houston Street. Lurie Garcia will be stepping up for his first plate appearance. Took over defensively in center field in the 10th inning.
Would not be surprised if he tries to drag a bunt down the first baseline and test Albert Pujols. He's struggling physically in that last half inning.
One ball, no strikes. You see a 24-year-old native of the Dominican Republic. He's played in 6 games at the major league level with the White Sox this year, 74 games last year. Pulls this one toward the hole. Gianatella smothers it, but you're not going to get Garcia with his speed. So an infield base hit to start the 12th.
In the hole, diving, no way. Throw Garcia out with that speed. See him utilizing that speed. He's putting the ball in play, hitting the ball on the ground.
He's hit 296 at AAA. Acquired from the Texas Rangers in the 2013 trade that sent Alex Rios to Texas. Here's Tyler Flowers, the catcher. 2 for 4 game, double and a single. Garcia this year at AAA, 28 stolen bases. Flowers bunts it foul. Two career sacrifice bunts for Tyler Flowers. None this year. Garcia off to a pretty good lead over at first base.
Surprised he does not let him try to steal the base.
Come on, Dab. I say Dab.
Showing bunt, drops the bunt on the third base side, foul. So behind in the count now at 0-2. Sanchez, the second baseman, on deck. And this one is bunted fair. Straight, bare-handed. Sacrifice advances the winning run into scoring position.
Well done by Flowers, able to get that bunt down after missing twice. Level bat to play catch with that bat, get that bunt down, and Houston Street a long throw, but a good throw to first base.
Sanchez 0 for 1, saw one pitch in the 10th inning. grounded out. That was against Trevor Gott. Oh, 2.
Change up.
Outfield playing very shallow. Jesus at left, Trout at center, and Calhoun at right. Garcia, the base runner, at second, taking a pretty good size lead. Anything into the outfield, you know that Joe McEwing is going to wave him home. Got him eaten on deck. Sanchez came in batting .228 in 77 games this year.
Jesus has to be ready out in left field, something probably off speed and down and away.
0-2, got him, the ball gets away. Iannetta, off balance throw, gets the out at first.
And Houston Street, good decision to be able to be behind home plate. Once that throw is made by Iannetta, home plate is vacated. Houston Street right there, just in case Garcia thinks about trying to go home. A lot of times a pitcher becomes a spectator. An off-balance throw from Chris Iannetta. Houston Street knows this game extremely well, covering home plate just in case Garcia tries to score. And Albert's ready himself.
Intentionally walky. Was that an 0 for 5 game with 3 strikeouts? Rather face Tyler Saladino, the rookie. Considering his night tonight, he will be glad to take it.
Lefties against Street this year. 221 right-handed batters, 173.
And there's ball 4. So first and third, 2 down, winning run at third. Saladino.
Tyler Saladino.
Saladino, 1 hit tonight. He's 1 for 5. Singled and scored in the 6th inning. Grounded out to short in the 10th. It was his last at bat. Bunt on the third base side. Houston picks it up, fires the first, and we head to the 13th inning. An interesting decision there. It's the 3rd out. The Angels will take it. We play on, tied at 2. Giavotella, Gillespie, and Iannetta coming up. This is how the 12th ended.
Really good play by Houston Street. Surprising Saladino tried that, especially with Street on the mound. A very good athlete who feels his position exceptionally well.
Inning in 2/3 tonight for Street.
In between innings, he was talking to Mike Scioscia, trying to convince him to let him to stay in this game.
Cesar Ramos getting ready. He's the last reliever available. Johnny, a 1-for-4 game with a single in the 9th. Had a sac bunt in the 11th. Bouncer off the glove. Albers recovers and throws it off the glove of Abreu. Giavotella hustling to second. What should have been an out. Not sure if Abreu lost sight of the baseball there. Johnny ends up at second base.
Yeah, Albers threw a pretty good throw over the first base. Maybe that break finally that the Angels needed in this game. Off the glove. Gets this ball right back up the middle. Off the glove, it covers well. Kind of threw it towards the runner going down the line. It's a very difficult play for a first baseman. Street screaming down to Giavotella to get down there and get that second base scoring position.
It's an error on Albers. It'll bring up Connor Gillespie. 1-for-4 game for Gillespie. A double, 2 runs batted in. Intentionally walked in the 11th.
It's by design to see if Gillespie would square around the bunt. It looked like he was going to.
Connor 0-for-1 against Albers. One ball, no strikes. Big hole on the left side of the infield. Ramirez shading Gillespie toward the middle. Saladino, see him left to your screen, just about even with the bag at third.
Pretty good pitch to pull to the right side of the infield for Gillespie.
Very similar to the pitch that he got to drive in the 5th inning. Double down to the right field corner.
As a pitcher, you're trying to pitch him away. You want that pitch on the inner part of the plate so you can at least get the runner over to third base.
Ground ball to the right side. It'll work. Sanchez has it. One down. Giavotella to third.
Nice job by Connor Gillespie getting that ball over the right side. Should get some high fives when he gets in that dugout.
Conversation here with Iannetta coming up. He's 0-for-1. The fly ball to center field in the 11th is only at bat tonight.
Take that one again. You get a deep fly ball here to get that run home.
Infield in. Outfield aside from Garcia at normal depth too. Chasing a pitch off the plate, what would have been ball 2. Instead, it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. 1-1, down and in.
Yeah, they're going to try to stay in to jam him. Even if it means walking him, they're going to stay inside against Chris Iannetta. Chris looking for a pitch out over the plate so he can drive it in the air deep enough to bring home Giavotella.
Two one on the way. Down and away. 3 balls and 1 strike. DeJesus on deck.
So you want to go change up here.
Full count.
Back inside again.
Here's the payoff on the way. Iannetta shoots one foul down the right field line.
He missed location. That was his pitch.
Toll reset and do it again. Go ahead run standing at third base. Giavotella reaching on the error by Albers. Got 2 bases. Moved to third on the ground out by Gillespie. Angels tying this game up in the 9th. Here's the payoff. Iannetta strikes out swinging. 2 down. Halos now 0 for 14 with men in scoring position tonight.
Every single pitch was on the inner half except that mistake he hit foul to right field.
DeJesus 0 for 1. He grounded out in the 11th. Pinch hitting for Shane Victorino. Looks at a strike. 2 for 4 in his career against Albers with a double. Albers working his 2nd inning of relief. Angels have Rasmus and Ramos getting ready in the bullpen. Late on the fastball, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Oh, 2 on the way. Almost hit him.
Trying now just to put the ball in play. Make them make a play behind you. Especially behind in the count 1-2.
Fouls it back. Good rip at a fastball.
He was on that one. And just shorten up your swing. Try to make contact. All that would matter is getting this 1 hit right now with a runner in scoring position.
Set the 1-2. Broken bat, Hopper over to second. Angels will leave yet another base runner in scoring position. We head to the bottom of the 13, time of 2.
13th inning. We got here because of a play made or not made on the White Sox in the 9th inning. Gillespie at the plate, first and third. Abreu steps on the base. Allowing Featherston to score. Johnny Giavotella gets in a rundown, which was important because at that point, Featherston's already scoring the tying run. Eventually, Giavotella was ruled safe at second on interference. Nice job by Giavotella getting in a rundown and allowing that tying run to score.
Cesar Ramos takes over on the mound. 45th game, 2-0 record, a 1.75 ERA. Second appearance of this series as he pitched Monday night. It's Abreu, Cabrera, and Garcia here in the 13th inning. Abreu pulled the chute a little bit late on that one. And it's an 0-1 count. First baseman 0 for 5 tonight. Last time up hit a fly ball to right field. It was tracked down by Cole. Ramos on Monday went an inning in the third, gave up 4 hits, 1 run.
It's a good spot, just below though the strike zone.
The pitch you're hoping hitter pulls the trigger. Gets it into the ground. 2 balls, 1 strike now. Down 3-1. This is hit past Ibarra into left center. It's a base hit to lead off the 13th for the White Sox. Melky Cabrera coming to the plate.
Himself in a good hitter's count. He didn't miss. Ball hard through the infield.
Cabrera fouls it off into the seats. Melky an 0 for 5 game. Reached on the error by Gillespie in the 11th, stranded at second base. Houston Street an inning and 2/3, 1 hit, 1 strikeout, 1 intentional walk. Oh-2 count.
Almost the exact same spot he fouled the last one off.
Breaking pitch popped up, shallow right field. Tough play for Giavotella. Cutting across, makes the catch.
Play
1
by
down.
Johnny on that one, under control, catching that pop-up. High five from Pujols on that one. Johnny Giavotella. A good angle he took to get to that baseball. See the angle? Straight at the baseball, never took his eye off the baseball, into the glove. High five for Pujols. A good job. Signal from Eric Ibar.
Garcia bats now with 1 out of men at first. 0 for 3 night with a couple of walks. Intentionally walked in the 11th. Multi-homer game for Garcia on Monday. Halos with 11 hits. The White Sox with 9. One and one.
Good fastball there from Ramos at 92.
Ray is not going over there anywhere from first base, as that one's called a strike on the inside corner. 1-2. Very short lead for Bray at first base.
Yeah, not much of a lead at all.
Breaking pitch, reaching for it, spoils it. Last man standing in the bullpen for the White Sox, Dan Jennings, a lefty. He's up and loose. Everyone else has been used. The Angels had Rasmus up and warming up. He's the last bullpen arm. So he pitched 2 2/3 last night. Two balls, 2 strikes.
Just a little bit off the inside corner.
It's the only game that is still going on in Major League Baseball. 13th inning, a 2-2 tie. Breaking pitch, that's it to the alley in left center field. DeJesus trying to cut it off, can't get there, it goes to the wall. Abreu is being waved in. The throw comes into Ibar, and the White Sox are going to win it. RBI double by Avisail Garcia, and the White Sox walk off on the Angels. 3-2 the final. And Gooby, we've been saying this now for 9 road games. It's a 9-game road losing streak. The opportunities aplenty for the Angels, and just could not capitalize. 0 for 15 tonight with men in scoring position.
Yeah, a ton, and then Garcia went down and got that all-speed pitch. Drove it into the alley in left center field. Abreu coming all the way around from first. Garcia really a story in this entire series with his power, a couple home runs, and that walk-off double. Tried that breaking ball, curveball, but it got a little too much of the plate. Garcia walks off for the White Sox with that double.
Well, it took 4 hours and 4